Hey guys, welcome to Alpha Protocol. So this is one of my favorite action RPGs, action RPGs. I was gonna say more modern RPG, but no, it's a good game. It's a bit of a hidden gem. Not many people know about it, so I am looking forward to this. I'll have to take a couple minutes to set up my settings, so you'll have to bear with me. Oh, and it looks like there's additional setup, so that's cool. So how about that weather? Do 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 do. I'm almost wondering if I should play this with a controller. Just because this is one of those RPGs where you have to put skill points into weapons to make them more accurate. So having a keyboard and mouse isn't useful. I'll try it with the controller. Let's play. At least I'm assuming I could play this with the controller. I mean, I first played this on an Xbox 360, so. Sega! Alpha Protocol. Ooh. Controller not seem to work, so maybe I have to have it on beforehand, or we're just going to play with keyboard and mouse. Off. Advanced. Sure. Sure. No. Oh, this is gonna have that. Pause. Well, you know, this is an older game when. I mean, it is only like 12 years old now. Oh, I have to enable you. Ah, there we go. All right, let's try it. Let's go hard. Okay, let's make our guy here. Soldier. Decorated for service in the armed forces, your commanding officer felt that general infantry was a waste of your potential. Your natural language talent and quick wit caught the attention of a recruiter for an agency that doesn't officially exist. Free agent. No stranger to covert operations, you spent the last several years working for the State Department on overseas assignments. Capable of being a charismatic presence one moment and an inconspicuous shadow the next, you are always the agent on location, never the one hiding behind a desk. Tech specialist. Having made a mockery of every aptitude test sent your way, it was no surprise that you finished your first PhD before you were legally allowed to buy alcohol. While the CIA initially hired you to design cutting-edge electronics, being cloistered in a lab provided unsatisfying, and your superiors granted you a transfer to clandestine services. When your handler was asked to recommend an agent for a top-secret reassignment, your remarkable fieldwork and your natural grasp of technology made you the obvious choice. Freelancer. Fearless from birth, the only thought that ever caused you an ounce of panic was the thought of a 9-to-5 job. After a remarkable college career, you vanished off the radar of the known world to make your fortune. According to your dossier, you've been a mercenary in Africa, a bodyguard to the Sultan of Brunei, the on-again, off-again paramour of an European princess, and the holder of 3 patents in Great Britain. While the truth is somewhere in the middle, one thing is clear. Your skills caught the attention of some very important people in the espionage world. Recruit. Select Recruit for additional challenge. Choosing this background opens an additional recruit dialogue option during training. Though you've barely logged 3 months working for the Department of Justice, your ambition, drive, and aptitude caught the eye of a clandestine government agency. Your path will be difficult. With little experience and formal training, you'll have to rely on your wits while you learn your lessons in the field. Veteran. Unlocked after completing the game as a recruit. Choosing this background opens additional veteran dialogue during training. You are the Leonardo da Vinci of clandestine warfare, a gifted marksman, a master of stealth, and a tech-savvy engineer rolled into one. Alpha Protocol didn't go looking for you, you went looking for them. Having saved the world once, why not save it again? I'm thinking recruit. We'll make this super hard, because this is going to go well. This is... Oh, you didn't turn down. There we go. That may be a little too quiet. Okay, oh, okay, we can still see what skills we have. Okay, so we'll do this. Soldier is, yeah, combat. Okay, so first of all, we'll look at stuff we got. Stealth. The stealth skill reduces enemy perception and affords an agent special techniques for going unseen and unheard. Pistols. Levels of pistol increase damage and reduce the inaccuracy of firing the pistol while moving. Advanced pistol training provides better critical hit capabilities and unlocks the ability to fire multiple shots in the blink of an eye. I remember that. Submachine guns. Levels of submachine gun increase damage and recoil control, reducing the inaccuracy of constant firing. Advanced levels unlock stronger bonuses for critical streaks and the ability to fire without reloading for brief periods of time. Shotguns. Shotgun skill increases improved damage and recoil control. High levels of skill improve critical hits, making it easier to knock down opponents, and open up the ability to fire devastating multi-volley shots. Assault rifles. Improved assault rifle skill raises damage and accuracy. Later levels allow you to line up critical hits faster and use assisted aiming for brief periods of time. Sabotage. The Sabotage skill improves the damage of all gadgets placed as traps. It also unlocks the Overclock skill, allowing you to periodically enhance an offensive gadget for improved damage and blast radius. Technical Aptitude. Increased levels of Technical Aptitude improve more healing from first aid kits. Higher levels allow you to carry more gadgets into missions and reduce the cooldown time between certain gadgets and skills. Toughness. Toughness increases your ability to sustain injury. Bonuses include increased health, faster endurance recovery, and temporary damage resistance. Martial Arts. The Martial Arts skill improves your offensive and defensive capabilities in close quarters combat. Higher levels unlock additional attack techniques. Okay, so Soldier, submachine guns, assault rifles, a little bit of attack, and toughness. Field Agent is stealth, pistols, and martial arts. That's kind of cool. I did kind of like the description of it. Alright, Field Agent is in the lead. Tech Specialist, a little bit of stealth, shotgun, sabotage, and technical aptitude. Freelancer is my choice. And Recruit is, oh wow, Recruit is I start with 0 skills. Ooh. And then Veteran, we don't see it, but I think he starts at like level 3 for everything. Alright, well, let's look at the skills real quick. Concealment. Awareness improves his max ability to sense enemy gadgets and positions. Basic level skill greatly extends the duration one can sense enemies and reduces cooldown between ability. It's all running and walking completely silent. panic button for sneaking. If an enemy is about to spot you, evasion will activate on its own accord and give you a brief moment of invisibility. At the master level, Mike no longer needs to activate this ability. His senses are always on full alertness. Shadow Operative allows the enemy to move unseen, though it can only be triggered if no alerted enemy can see you. When activated, you're invisible for the duration of the ability or until you run, fire a gun, or throw an object. This ability has no effect on technological objects such as cameras. It does not prevent the enemy from hearing you. Makes all running or walking completely silent for the duration, so it's a longer duration. Cameras and enemies alerted to your presence are not affected by this. Oh. Reduces the range which enemies spot you while moving cover in a crouched position. I'm guessing that's cooldown and stuff. Okay, and then this is just extra damage and stuff like that. Sabotage Interference allows Mike to tune his EMP charges to temporarily disable electronic keypads and computer systems without utterly destroying them, letting him take control of security systems with ease. Mike can even use his EMP charges to quickly get through a locked door by disabling the attached alarm system and kicking his way through the door. Breaking and entering reduces the difficulty of picklocking, electronic bypass, and hacking attempts. Oh, okay, so sabotage is picklocking. Ooh, so I want this. Overclock enhances the effect of the next offensive grenade used. Effect radius as well as applicable stun or damage is increased. Proper ordnance handling allows you to rig gadgets with directional blasts, preventing embarrassing and potentially fatal accidents from poorly placed devices. Increases the value of stolen files on a successful hack. Cash bonus plus 50%. Yeah, so we want to do sabotage. Binary invisibility automatically triggers when a camera or auto turret would normally spot Mike and affords a brief moment of invisibility. So that's the electronic version of that. Spy luck allows a second chance at picking electronics attempts. If you fail while the skill is active, the pick hack resets and you can make a second attempt, though failing a second time will have the usual consequences. More money, more invisibility, and greater effect. Oh yeah, this goes all the way over here. I forgot how, like, this is some odd stuff here. More health. Resilience decreases the delay before Mike starts to recover endurance. More health, less endurance. Iron Will provides damage resistance and temporary health. Yada yada. Decreases. Mike is killed. Hard to kill automatically triggers and keeps Mike clinging to life. And then martial arts, which was kind of fun. See, the problem is, I remember there being bosses. Like, I want to go stealth and hacking. Right, but I need a weapon skill because boss fights, you can't avoid boss fights. And they are just shooting. So if I go stealth, I mean, I'm thinking pistols because that's kind of the classic sneaking kind of thing, but assault rifles might be better. Oh, technical aptitude, we missed this one. Oh, increases health. Mike customizes all Mike's weapons to store additional rounds in the chamber. Quickly strip ammunition on the gun's chamber, increases the amount of ammunition looted. Cooldown reduction. Yeah, so this would be good for combat. Well, let's have a hard time. And let's start with recruit. This is such a mistake.
Air traffic control, this is Aptitude 254.
I always felt that was overkill. Why do you need a missile break into 7 different missiles when you're attacking an airliner?
If anyone is to blame for these events, Mr. Thornton, it is you. Alpha Protocol began here, after all.
They drugged me? Great. Now I'm gonna fail the next drug screening test. They could have just asked me to close my eyes.
Oh, I don't have access to options. That is not sensitive.
Good. You're awake.
When speaking to someone, you'll enter a timed conversation. Choose a stance. X is suave, Y is aggressive, B is professional, or sometimes an A action or special stance. Yeah, so conversations are on a timer, so I'm not going to be able to read out the options, guys.
I wasn't sure how long you'd be under. Those tranquilizers wore off fast.
Ugh. Oh, I think I'm still coming down.
What?
Ugh, never mind. Just clearing my head.
The dose was pretty strong. I'm surprised you're even able to stand.
Where am I?
You're locked in our medical bay. And when the guards find out you've regained consciousness, they'll put you under again.
Don't want that. Any reason why you're helping me?
Mina. Let's just say I'm not a fan of the indoctrination procedure here.
All the more reason to leave, then.
And how do you propose to do that? You're locked in. There's a guard outside. Eventually he's going to come check on you. And when he does...
Why wait? Set off an alarm, let him know I'm awake.
What? That'll bring him running.
Saves me the trouble of hunting him down.
That's not what I meant by ambush.
Now. Hope you know what you're doing.
That did it.
Guess Sleeping Beauty's had enough. That you, Mike? You just hold on. I'm sending some guards to tuck you back in.
I meant like ambush him, like hide somewhere. Yeah, that definitely needs to be adjusted here. Mouse sensitivity. Oh, maybe that counts as a mouse? Does seem better. Maybe we'll just try maxing it out. That is very fine grade. That's actually a little fast. There's acceleration on it, and I hate that. I want linear. There, let's try this. Yeah, I thought ambush meant like I break out and I hide here and then ambush him. But I guess I should have... I'm pretty sure I said this when I played this like many years ago. It makes sense because Y is aggressive. So... whatever Y is going to be, it's going to be like balls to the walls.
You need to shut off the alarm. The panel's on the wall. Do a bypass on it.
Oh, yeah. Kind of remember this. Use left stick to move between circuits and A to clip a circuit. Clipping the wrong circuit will decrease the time left. Running out of time will trigger an alarm. Clipping all circuits will override the board.
Mike, careful. They probably have a guard in the lobby.
Enemies are less likely to see you when you're crouched or in cover, making it easier to move in for a stealth takedown. But the good news is I'm barefoot. That's gonna make me quiet.
Interesting.
It's on.
Oh God, I forgot how big that reticle is when you're not trained. That's health.
Intriguing.
One second, guys.
watch out for cameras. If they spot you or you destroy them, they'll sound an alarm.
How did he wake up so fast? He just got here.
Who cares? We'll just put him under again. You hear that?
Oh, okay. You know what? Let's try turning you off. I mean, I don't really plan on shooting a whole lot, but oh man, is it hard to get used to using a controller again after using a PC for like 2 years. Okay, so what do we got? We got sprint is that, crouch. Can I change that? Gadgets is C. Okay, so let's change that. Oh, good. It all changed. Good, good, good. Okay, so we got... That's our sneak. And melee is E. We'll go with that for now, I guess. That's a little odd. Ooh, now you are... Now you're very sensitive. Little lower. Is there a, what's the default at? Oh, it's actually higher sensitivity. Yeah, that needs to be a little lower. Alright. Scope zoom is F. What the? Well, I do like how at least the hints show the new keys when I change them. My lockpicking tutorial.
Almost gave me the slip. Now we got you.
To adjust the pin, move the mouse up or down. Use left click to set the pin. Oh. I might have to switch back to controller. Align the pin along the shear line to set it. Trying to set a misaligned pin will strain the pick and eventually break it. Align and set all pins to break the lock. Oh, no, this is... Okay, no. I like that. Okay, never mind. I thought I had to like click and hold and like drag the mouse up and down, but nope. That's much easier.
Any sign of our new arrival?
No sign of him yet.
Careful, Mike. Truck coming in. And guards at the exit. Try to stay out of sight if you can.
Press Z to ready a special ability. Once selected, press Q to use that ability. Well, I don't have any, so... While using the awareness skill, Mike will sense nearby enemies. The arrows showing the face and alertness of potential threats. Okay, I remember this being a pain. Oh, okay, that's how I do it.
Well, that's interesting.
Okay, and because this game has such replayability, normally I try to explore every room I go into, but I think I won't for this playthrough. Because I think there's a very good chance I'll play through this again with different builds and different reactions, because oh my god, there is so much variance in this game. It's amazing. I love it. So I won't be surprised if I if I do a couple playthroughs of this.
That's interesting.
Too far away. Definitely need to get some skills up on this.
Intriguing.
Oh, yeah, this. Find the 2 passwords hidden in the data stream. Use WSAD and mouse to move the sequences at the top. Oh, this... I don't remember that. Match the top password with its twin. Lock in the left password with F and the right with left click. Oh, that's odd. If the security bar fills up, the sequence will move. Running out of time will trigger the alarm. Lock in both passwords to hack the terminal successfully. Damn. Left control not working. F. F. Ah, it's F. Oh, this is weird because I got 2 different controls for this. Oh, and that is so slow. Nope. What? Oh, I have awareness. Oh, I was wondering why it was telling me about awareness. Okay, this is weird. God, this is so fucking slow. I don't understand. How do I lock in the keyboard and mouse thing? What? F to lock in the left password. I was trying that and it wasn't working. F, not working. Like, what? Maybe we'll go back to the controller. Because this is just being silly. And I'm not really planning on shooting a whole lot. There we go. Then we've got to... Why am I pressing A but saying B? What is going on here? There, we gotta turn this all the way back up. This is fun, guys. That's my usability. Whoop, that's shoot. This is my options and stuff. Switch controls. That's my gadgets. That's my awareness.
End of the line, Mike. Give it up.
Like,
Stay where you are.
oh no! That was a point of no return. I didn't know that.
That's enough.
That's enough? I think that's my line. What the hell's going on? Why did you drug me?
We need to keep the location of this facility confidential, especially if you got kidnapped and questioned.
Is this place hidden?
Very. Not only does this place not exist, but places that think they know about this place, well, they don't exist either.
That's a little confusing.
Hell of a lot easier than politics.
Let me guess. You're not done hazing me yet.
Yep. I'm gonna ask you some questions, run you through some more tests, then you and I can talk. Face to face. That make you feel better?
It depends on the tests, I guess.
Well, then I guess it depends on how you do on the test, then. Starting with this one. I've been reading and rereading your dossier. Although with your experience, it's more like a pamphlet. Fresh out of Langley, we had to wipe behind your ears before shipping you over.
I think I've got potential, sir, and I'm anxious to prove
We'll
it.
see. If you gain more experience in the field, you may want to specialize further. But we can leave that until you've got some missions under your belt. That's it. Now I'm gonna let you out of the pen here and meet the rest of the crew.
All right. Is there anything I should know?
Nothing you can't find out on your own, and from the staff here. They'll be running you through the basics of weapons, gadgets, and espionage tactics. When you're cleared on the basics, come find me for your assignment. I won't lie to you, Mike. It's a big one, and dangerous. But I think you're the man for the job. Make the rounds. I'll see you soon.
Great. Just like high school. Take some tests, then chat with the guidance counselor about my future.
I like how he was making fun of me being new. Oh yeah, we had a white behind your ears. Oh yeah, this is a big mission. Alright, let's do stealth. And we'll pick a weapon once we kind of see what the guns do again. I'm thinking pistols, though. Thinking sabotage. Technical aptitude is more combat oriented. Yeah, alright, so concealment reduces the range at which enemies can spot you while moving in cover in a crouch position. Cameras and enemies alerted to your presence are not affected by this vision reduction. Enemy vision reduction reduced by 10%. The interference ability allows Mike to tune his EMP charges to temporarily disable electronic keypads and computer systems without utterly destroying them, letting him take control of security systems with ease. Mike can even use his EMP charges to quickly get through a locked door by disabling the attached alarm system and kicking his way through the door. To use this ability, approach a locked door, computer system, or other object that requires the use of lockpicking, electronics bypass, or computer hacking with an EMP charge in your inventory and press B.
Big ass screen.
I remember this game having the same issue that a lot of games like Mass Effect have with the conversation system, where it's like, press this to give you an idea, but it's not what you think it is, or the tone is completely different. Again, like the ambush thing and stuff like that.
No weapons past this point.
I don't need weapons. Bitch.
Area's off limits. Use your PDA if you're turned around.
Alright, let's see. What do we got here? No weapons. We have hospital scrubs. Neither comfortable nor practical, this is all you had on you when you first awoke in the gray box. Civilian clothes are quiet and unassuming, but lack the protection of proper armor. Ooh. That's my gadgets, intel. We got some dossiers. Alpha Protocol. Dossier completion 28%. Origin, United States. Founded unknown. Organization, covert government organization. Alpha Protocol is both the name of a government organization and also the term used by agents that classifies them as rogue agents to the outside intelligence agencies. Agents that have gone Alpha Protocol are considered acting alone or are traitors, so if their operation is discovered or go awry, no blame will fall upon the United States. Not many within the government are aware Alpha Protocol exists, and this separation from the majority of Washington bureaucracy and oversight is intended to protect the United States from accountability for Alpha Protocol's rogue operations. The Alpha Protocol insignia has some interesting symbolism, based on its description in the records. The ring of stars and arrows represents patriotism and military might. The eagle's talon is strength. The serpent is either its enemies pursued or stealth and subterfuge. And the loose translation of the Latin phrase beneath it is where no one can follow. Westbridge. 20%. Age 48. Nationality American. Occupation Chief of Operations Alpha Protocol. A 20-year veteran of the CIA and a 5-year veteran of Alpha Protocol, Yancey Westbridge has worked in both the counterintelligence and counterterrorism fields, earning a degree in international affairs and serving a tour of duty in the armed forces prior to his CIA service. Although rarely promoted, Westbridge has a reputation as an exceptional field agent, expert at reading people and quick at reacting to situations. He has a low tolerance for smartasses and prefers agents who act instead of talk. Impatience and blunt opinions are what Westbridge respects, more so than smooth talkers or by-the-book recruits. Mina Tang, 27, American, intelligence analyst at Alpha Protocol. Mia Tang is an analyst first, a tactician second, and a field agent third. She's been with Alpha Protocol for a year, working primarily in encrypting and decrypting information. She assists Alan Parker on intel assignments, but is also called upon to help train new recruits in firearm basics. Her data analysis led to the discovery of several missing advanced prototype missiles from Halbrecht's stock, and the evidence she obtained forms the basis for Desert Spear, the mission to track down and deal with Shaki Ali Shahid. Professional, endurance +5. You have tried the professional approach in your first few conversations. Use the locker to change appearance. After using the locker, proceed with orientation or return to the interrogation room for your mission.
You probably want to change. Go on. Your gear's in the lockers.
But this would be very awkward for everybody else. Who's he talking to? I don't think we're gonna bother.
Orientation's not mandatory. You can turn around and go back to Westridge right now. Although that might make him upset.
Oh, okay. Right, this is a 12-year-old game. There's not going to be a whole lot of options. Nice.
Our war does not end here. This target is not the last. With our will and our resolve, Al-Samad shall continue these attacks, fight the aggression of the West with its own weapons. Yes, for weapons have been delivered to us. Weapons that will make a graveyard in the skies of our enemies. We have the ability to strike far and to strike swiftly. There are no limits to our reach, no limits to the justice we bring in the name of freedom for our people. I am a man of my word, and this I promise you. This attack is but the first that Al-Samad brings against its enemies. As fire rained down upon us, so shall Al-Samad bring fire to your people as well. The West and its allies shall bear the cost of what they brought to our people, to our country, and they will answer for it. You seek to take our land, undermine our faith? All that you have seen this day is the answer to your brutal acts, the only language America understands. I am a man of my word, and this I promise you. This attack is but the first that Al-Samad brings against its enemies.
You might want to take it a little easier when you escape next time.
Nope. Westbridge, medical facility off limits. Staff, the medical bay is off limits until further notice. In the event of an emergency, notify your superior. AP dispatch, situation rep Al-Samad. Attention, regarding the parcel, buyer is confirmed as agent of Al-Samad. Seller appears to be operating under the name Narasi. Recommend following up on Narasi to determine source of funding. AP dispatch, situation rep missile technology. Attention, forensics team has completed a survey of suspected firing location as predicted by triangulation models. Good news, evidence of a ground-launched missile would have had to have been a guided missile. No way an unguided rocket would have hit the airliner at that altitude. Has been confirmed by discarded sabot and particulate matter, both of which were fired with 99% efficiency when Flight 6133 was shot down. Bad news. The missile sabot matches no known air-to-ground missile systems. None. There is no discernible markings, no telltale design marks. Sizing and composition makes it a sure bet for a NATO-built weapon, but beyond that, we can't place it. It is almost certain that this is some sort of new generation tech. Westbridge, new member. Attention! We have a new fish coming on board tomorrow. You will refer to him as Michael Thornton. We're taking a bit of a chance on Thornton. He's pretty much a raw recruit in the CIA. Only 6 months of field work to his name. We'd normally expect more field experience from an applicant, but his intelligence and aptitude are off the charts. He's a natural marksman, learned conversational Farsi after only 8 days on assignment in Iran, and, according to his handler, broke a terrorist cipher in his spare time. Needless to say, the kid's talents are going to waste at the CIA. He will be put through the opening ceremony tomorrow, complete with hostage scenario and obligatory psych games. Assuming all goes well, he'll be on our shortlist for Desert Spear. Westbridge. From AP Parker to Sean Darcy. Reply, need some more info. I've run the names you sent me and found 17 out of the 18 to have merely circumstantial links. But there was one element of interest. Skip Baxter, the GOP lobbyist on the list. I found an interesting money trail on him. He collected re-election funds from 16 different corporations. 87.5% were within federal election limits. The remainder were beyond the 2,300 limit in place at the time, and pooled them into the True Leadership PAC Fund. However, a check for the exact amount of money Baxter put into the TLPAC fund went out on a check numbered 1016 and memo restoration. The check was buried internally, but I found the cashed check in the records of a bank in Saudi Arabia cashed by a Nigel Winthorpe. While there were 193 Nigel Winthorpes in Interpol's database, that name is a known alias of Shahid. I will inform Westbridge. Previous. Parkmeister. I need you to run some fact-finding sweeps for me. I have some names I need to follow up on home, work, social security digits. The usual rundown. See the attachment for names and leads. Sean D. Mina Tang to Darcy. Sean Darcy. Reply, that shirt looks becoming on you. Sean. Really, Sean. I'm just not interested. And the whole mention of grandkids is just a little bit creepy. Perhaps I can ask West Park what he thinks of your constant attempts at team building. Mina. Previous. Hey, Mina. I guess you didn't get my email from the other day. No big deal. Maybe we can do dinner tonight? I know the mess isn't exactly fine dining, but it's not like we can take a ride down the street for exquisite French cuisine. And who says cafeteria food can't be romantic? I'll save our ketchup packets and frame them for our grandkids when our grandkids ask about how we met. Sean D. Yeah, that's a little weird. News Conscious. 5% Intel discount from Saudi vendor. You watched all of Saeed's broadcasts. Let's go left.
Mikey, be with you in a moment. I'm just setting some things up here. I'm Sean Darcy. I'm going to be running you through tech orientation.
Pleased to meet you.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks.
Happy to be here. All right, then.
Just busting your chops, new guy. Don't worry about it. You and me should get along fine, even after this. I'm glad you finally showed up. Thought you might have gotten lost on the way here. Or were too busy beating up some more guards.
Neither. Just surveying the area, actually. Checking out the facility.
Yeah, sure. Oh, by the way, not a good idea. Hitting the guards, I mean. The ones here have a lot of time on their hands, and that means a lot of time to hold grudges.
I'll keep that in mind, but I wasn't expecting to be drugged and attacked.
A good agent's ready for anything, Mikey. But enough chit-chat. We got a lot of work ahead of us. Well, you do. I'm mostly here as an observer. I'll be doing your evaluation, too.
What's that out there? A used car lot?
A target range for you. For me, more like a shooting gallery. Head out the door there and we'll get started.
All right, then.
Open the locker and equip yourself. If you use them all, just come back and grab some more.
It ain't easy being green. While you may not have a lot of field experience, at least you aren't ashamed to admit it. You have used the recruit stance 3 times. AP plus 2. I don't remember what AP stands for.
Alright, everyone's favorite. Grenades. Let's see that arm of yours. Go on. Start checking them. They're concussion rounds, so don't be skittish. They sting, not kill. Alright, now how about something more challenging? Try a ricochet to hit the target behind the wall. Lob it behind the target and use the wall for a hook shot.
Where is it? Whoop. I seem to remember this giving me a hard time before. Behind the wall. And then I seem to remember that some light showed up there. Are we talking about this thing right here?
Now, try and get one through the window.
Damn it.
Now for some fireworks. Try and chuck one beneath the truck and take out the gas tank. Never get tired of that one. Now, see that electronic lock there? Use your EMP grenade to shut it down. It can save you time in the field.
Delivers a powerful concussive blast. Temporarily disables electronic devices.
It's shut down. No more lock. Alright, see that locker there?
Let me guess. You want me to place one on the door?
Move to the door, press and hold right bumper to target the door. Release gadget on target service.
Nice. And just in time.
Hey, Darcy, open up.
Guess some of the other guards will be pulling double shifts for a while. You know those guards you beat up when you got out of medical? Yeah, well, they're gonna be joining us in a second. You've got a head start, so if I were you, I'd set an ambush or just start running. Me, I'd use the mines. That's what they're for.
Just give me first shot at him.
Spread out. Watch for devices.
Hey, Thornton! Wait up! Sneaky bastard.
The doc's gonna be pissed. Alright, all done. Head on up, Mike. I'll give you a breakdown on your performance.
So, Mikey, you did all right on the basic run.
Time taken 55 seconds. Guards down 4. Multiple guard takedowns. Damage taken. Bonus.
You know, that performance wasn't half bad. Almost as good as my record. How about we up the stakes? Take this to the big leagues.
What do you have in mind?
Alright, me and the guards, who you already met when you woke up, pooled our petty cash. And we'd like to make you a little bet.
Alright. I'm listening.
It's a rematch. On our terms. It's simple. Disable all the alarms and escape the area in the time provided. And you take home the winnings. If you lose, you'll owe us. Got it?
Sounds good to me.
Just head into the range and we'll get to it, Mikey.
Alright then. Tell your team to get ready.
So here we are. Rematch for you and the guards. But on their terms.
Betting man. 5% discount from Saudi Arabia vendor.
Listen up. There's alarms hidden all over the course. All you need to do is shut them down. But the guards are going to try and reset them. Every time an alarm goes off, another squad's coming in. And they all want a shot at you, trust me. Alarm goes off enough times, and you're going to get trampled. But you have the technology to beat them. So let's see you even the odds. If you can.
Oh.
Trying to get back to the
Okay.
medical bay, huh?
I was not expecting that. Used to fool enemies into turning off alarms. Shock Trap Mark II. Okay.
Nice, Mike. There's the distraction.
Oh, this is so awkward. That didn't affect. Oh, okay.
Unit 6 reporting to location 2. Alarm again.
I don't understand how that's not affecting him.
There you go. 10 minutes. Good to see you hearing them anyway. Thought they might have you for a second. Guess I was wrong. Alright, head on up and I'll call someone in to clean up the course. And the bodies.
That acceleration...
Made a real mess of things. In a good way.
That's all I need. See you in the field, Darcy.
Oh, damn.
If you say so, Mikey.
I like how 20 grand is petty cash. But, yeah, the aiming acceleration is throwing me through a loop.
Hello? Anybody shooting in here?
Agent Thornton. Hello.
Hey. Hey, you're the one I spoke to when I woke up in the medical bay. Glad that wasn't a hallucination.
It may have been. Do you remember my name? Or do I need to write it down for you?
Mina, right?
That's right. Good to see you've recovered from the medical room with your memory intact.
Memory intact? Speaking of which, I don't remember where I left my keys. Or my passport.
Confiscating personal items is quite routine. I wouldn't worry about that. But let's get down to the task at hand. I'm here to run you through the weapons training and test your accuracy.
Sounds great.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. I excelled at the academy. This should be fun.
Well, all right. Usually I get a lot of resistance to the training exercise. Or a comment from new recruits about how their guns check out. And then they flex. It's pretty tiresome.
Oh, guns. Yeah. Right. So, where do I go now?
Just head through the door to the firing range, and I'll keep in contact with you over the earpiece. Head over to the table, get your weapons, and we can begin.
Oh, guns, right.
The standard field agent package includes a pistol, SMG, shotgun, and assault rifle. Each has its strengths and weaknesses. Let's start with the pistol. Equip the pistol, then aim down range and take some shots at the target.
The target reticle changes size as you move and aim. The smaller the reticle, the more accurate your shots will be.
Good aim. Now, steady your aim for a few seconds. Then fire. Precision shots can take down a target quickly. Almost.
Oh, is that a critical hit? I thought that just meant like I was actually gonna hit there.
Now, let's move on to the submachine gun. Now let's empty the clip. Let you get a feel for the recoil.
Right. I forgot we dual wield the submachine guns.
Now take cover. Still using cover, take some shots at the target. Accuracy's terrible while firing blind, but it can get the job done, eventually. Now try popping out and focusing your aim. You can use cover to your advantage here.
Right, submachine gun has a damage multiplier.
I've unlocked the door to the tactical range on your right. Let's see how you do against some moving targets. Now, with the pistol, you'll want to be patient and attack when targets get close. shotgun. Holding the trigger steady and firing can knock down even heavily armored targets. Good. Next. Now for your submachine guns. If you're trapped in close quarters with multiple opponents, the SMGs can help clear the room quickly. Not subtle or quiet, but... And that's enough. For long-range encounters, the assault rifle's the key. It's accurate, powerful. Just be sure to line up your shots carefully. Watch for attackers from above. They may be out of reach, but not rifle range. That's it. Take the ladder, head up and back. All done.
Assault rifle is burst. I forgot about that. Or is it just a particular one?
Good, Mike. I'm logging the results now.
Alright. Is somebody out on the course?
Darcy. He's trying to beat your time.
Oh. Well, good luck to him, I guess. Hasn't he already gone through this training, though?
As soon as he knew you were talking to me, Mike, he was in here in a second. In case he saw you as a challenge for my... affections. It's like a cage match with you boys.
Am I? A challenge, I mean.
If you have to ask, Thornton, then there's your answer. All right, let's see here.
That's not what I meant. I thought he was... I thought that, like, again, I should have known better because that was X and that's suave. But I was thinking he was asking, like, affections? What do you mean kind of thing? Not like, oh, am I? Oh, I lose points because of misses.
It'll do. Satisfactory enough for Westridge, I think. You can give it another run if you want. The course should be free.
Sure.
I can beat my own score, no problem.
Okay, let's give it another go. If you do better on this run, your new score will overwrite the previous one. I've unlocked the door to the tactical range on your right. Now for the shotgun. Holding the trigger steady and firing can knock down even heavily armored targets. Good. Holding the trigger steady and firing can knock down even heavily armored targets.
Oh, I missed those two.
Enough.
I totally forgot about them.
For long-range encounters, the assault rifle's the key. It's accurate, powerful. Just be sure to line up your shots carefully. Watch for attackers from above. They may be out of reach, but not rifle range. That's it. Take the ladder, head up and back. All done.
Yeah, I think that's good enough. Even though it pisses me off that I missed those two. But... well, maybe we'll try, because I seem to remember that each training, I do get a bonus for some reason. Like, Darcy was take on the guards. I'm guessing Nina's get high score? Nina's?
Good, Mike. I'm logging the results now. Alright, let's see here.
So I was at 74, 82, it's better. I missed a lot more. Critical hits. Oh, that gives me extra points.
That's pretty good. Not the best on record, but still. You can give it another run if you want. The course should be free.
I gotta try to get the best.
I can beat my own score, no problem.
Okay, let's give it another go. If you do better on this run, your new score will overwrite the previous one.
I've unlocked the door to the tactical range on your right. Now for the shotgun. Holding the trigger steady and firing can knock down even heavily armored targets. Good. Next. Enough. For long-range encounters, the assault rifle's the key. It's accurate, powerful. Just be sure to line up your shots carefully. Watch for attackers from above. They may be out of reach, but not rifle range. That's it. Take the ladder, head up and back. All done.
I don't know if that's a good trade-off. Like, that... I felt like that took a lot longer. And I don't know what the trade-off is. Each critical, I think, is like 5 points. And I'm guessing I get a point a second or something.
Good, Mike. I'm logging the results now. Alright, let's see here.
Like, it might be good if I had... Oh! Damn! Okay, critical hits absolutely worth it. Holy crap.
That's one of the most impressive scores I've seen. With that in mind, you did so well, I'm wondering if you'd be up for something more challenging.
Oh,
a bonus round.
This course is a joke. Did you scale it down for that jackass? I could walk the rest of the way.
Jackass? Now I'm hurting.
So will Darcy. Did I mention we don't use live rounds? They still sting, though.
I'm listening.
Go in there, and if you can hit Darcy where it counts, that'd be worth a recommendation in my report. And worth some rep with Westridge. And it'd be earned.
Sure, sounds good. Any preference on weapon?
These targets are pretty easy for someone to hit. Thornton could have aced this thing blind.
Give me the gun.
Give me the gun. Silencer.
Let's start with the pistol again. Don't worry. We're using tranquilizer rounds, so you won't be doing any lasting harm to your targets. Besides, turnabout is fair play. They drugged you, so...
But did Darcy have anything to do with that, though? Oh, there it is.
Alright, you're all done. Head on back.
Oh, that was hilarious. I also like how he like clenched his chest when I nailed him in the forehead.
Alright, let's see here. Well done. Critical hit. I don't think I have to worry about Darcy coming by again.
Anything else I can do?
No, Agent Thornton. Mission accomplished. If you haven't seen Westridge yet, you may want to pay him a visit after all the training is done. You've certainly aced this exercise.
Get it? Aced? She likes me. We got some perks out of that. Cage match. 5% weaponry discount on Saudi Arabia vendor. And that's it. Oh, I thought I got 2.
This is a restricted area. The vending machines are down the hall and to the right.
I may be new to this, but not that new. Don't you have interns for that?
No, we don't. You're Michael Thornton, Westridge's candidate.
Hopefully, yes. It was a lot like the Untouchables route. I was fresh out of basic...
Yeah, I'm familiar with the reference. You were chosen not because of skill or experience, but because you're under the radar of most intelligence agencies.
Flattering.
Obviously, Westridge sees potential in you. Let's see if it's earned. So, orientation. You are familiar with the premise of an obstacle course, I assume?
I'm not that green.
We'll see. Up the ladder is the training area. The first test is navigating through the environment without being detected. Following that, you'll be facing live challenges against the agents here.
Anything else I should know about running this course?
Yes. I suggest you do it quickly. And talking gives your position away.
What's the deal with the security panel?
It secures the entrance. If you're as capable as Westridge says, then you should have no trouble hacking it and gaining access to the course. Clock's ticking.
Great.
Course begins now. Hack the door in front of you to gain access to the course. Always check your surroundings for cameras. We can't have you appearing on the nightly news. Mind the gap. The key to stealth is timing. Pay attention to camera movements, then exploit their blind spots.
Oh, this is a lot harder. Mouse is a lot easier.
Taking in the view. Yeah, well, I doubt the view is what's making you hesitate.
Someone there.
I've unlocked the security door. Come back to the control room for your evaluation.
Your score is based on several factors. Sorting the numbers now.
Not good. Oh, I'm over 100. That's quite impressive. 2 alarm detections. I thought there was only 1. Oh, I guess maybe the guard. Yeah, guard and then the alarm.
Outstanding. Well above average. Especially
Really?
for a trainee. Okay. You want to run it again?
Yeah, I think I can do better.
That would be difficult. But you're welcome to try. If you improve, your new score will overwrite the previous one.
Course begins now. Hack the door in front of you to gain access to the course. Always check your surroundings for cameras. I can't have you appearing on the nightly news. Mind the gap. The key to stealth is timing. Pay attention to camera movements, then exploit their blind spots.
Oh, damn it.
Taking in the view. Yeah, well, I doubt the view is what's making you hesitate. I've unlocked the security door. Come back to the control room for your evaluation.
Your score is based on several factors.
Okay, so I gotta be
Sorting
quiet
the
when I
numbers now.
make that jump, I guess. Well, I did improve, barely.
Outstanding. Well above average, especially for a trainee. Okay, you want to run it again?
Yeah, I think I can do better.
That would be difficult.
We'll try one
But
more
you're
time.
welcome to try. If you improve, your new score will overwrite the previous one.
I mean, I'm gonna be a stealthy guy. I gotta learn how to do this properly.
Course begins now. Hack the door in front of you to gain access to the course. Always check your surroundings for cameras. I can't have you appearing on the nightly news. Mind the gap. The key to stealth is timing. Pay attention to camera movements, then exploit their blind spots.
Okay, so he does notice me.
Taking in the view. Yeah, well, I've unlocked the security rules, which make back to the control room for your evaluation.
Your score is based on several factors. Sorting the numbers now. Outstanding.
All right.
Well above average, especially for a trainee. Okay, you want to run it again?
No, I don't think so.
Very well, I'll log the results. Westridge can complete your evaluation once you finish the other tests.
Did I do much better than the other recruits?
You're the first raw recruit we've gotten since Alpha Protocol started.
Then it wasn't too bad, I guess. It felt a little easy, but...
Of course, not enough of a challenge for you?
No.
No.
Then I have an assignment for you. This one won't be logged.
What? You mean like a covert training op? Aren't you guys carrying orientation too far?
Nothing about Alpha Protocol is orientation, Agent Thornton, despite the semantics. The penalty for getting caught, however, won't be a poor score. It'll be detention. So, are you up for it or not?
Well, I'm up for it. Let me see what you need. You want me to head back to the medical center? Why? What's the file name?
Jacob. Not only will this be a much more practical use of your talents, but I think you'll be curious to see where in the world you're going to be sent.
Sounds like fun, actually.
We'll see. Westridge gets angry with people that bend the rules.
Fair enough.
That's not what his dossier says. His dossier says he doesn't like people that play by the book. Speaking of dossiers, we've got like new ones. Alan Parker, 63, American, Senior Intelligence Analysis of Alpha Protocol. Alan Parker is a genius-level intelligence analyst working for Alpha Protocol. According to his college record, he has degrees in political science, economics, and psychology, although he never did homework in any of his classes and relied on taking the minimum number of tests to achieve a passing grade. Parker also had an uncanny knack for knowing where he would be on the grading curve, and scaled the effort he put into his assignments accordingly. Darcy, 26, American, field agent of Alpha Protocol. Sean Darcy graduated from Camp Perry and has been with the CIA until the last 2 years. During his career with the CIA, he was marked as one of the agency's most gifted technical agents. His proficiency with electronics and surveillance equipment earned the respect of many of his superiors, but did little to advance his career in hands-on fieldwork. We got more on Mina. Mina was with the National Security Administration for several years before coming to Alpha Protocol. They asked her to join out of college right after a calculus professor had told a friend in the NSA about her mathematical ability. All of her reviews at the NSA bordered on above average to outstanding, but eventually she decided the work was not for her and resigned. According to records, Alpha Protocol contacted her the hour after she placed her resignation letter on her superior's desk at the NSA. Once Alpha Protocol explained their purpose and her assignment, she agreed to join the agency. Why is it telling me I have new info?
Are you waiting for clearance? Go ahead.
Which way do I go? I think it's in front of me, right? Oh, no, that goes back to the interrogation room. That was weird. Oh, what the? Okay. That's very good to know. So I have to stick to cover. I can't just, like, walk like that.
Someone there.
Well, hopefully it's just based on alarms set and not if anyone saw me. Or alarms going off. I was trying to avoid taking anyone out, but... Do I not have run on the controller? Oh, no one's gonna be talking for a while, I guess.
Did you do as I asked?
Got the data, no problem.
I'll download it from your PDA. Were you seen?
Not enough to reveal what I was doing. Now that you have this file, anything you can tell me about my real assignment?
You go into the Middle East to recover stolen prototype missile technology. Your probability of success is in the lower 20th percentile.
Wait, I'm going to the Middle East?
I've downloaded intel onto your PDA. That should prove useful when you reach your destination.
Well, thanks. I appreciate it, Parker.
We're exchanging favors, Agent. We're even. And that's an important lesson in our line of work.
So when am I shipping out?
After you finish your orientation with Westridge, it's customary for him to outline, in his slow and plodding way, his expectations for you. Then he'll send you to fetch, like a good dog.
I'm not sure I like that comparison.
Yeah, well, none of us do, Agent. But such is the nature of the kennel you've been put in. Was there anything else?
What do you actually do here?
My primary role is intelligence analysis, but at times I serve as a handler during sensitive missions.
So you've been on a lot of Alpha Protocol ops?
Key ones, yes. I was involved in the events leading up to your assignment, in fact.
How?
I took on the role of a contractor, an accountant. Money is one of the easiest ways to track events. It often leaves the best fingerprints.
So you're a spy?
I'm an observer. I rarely take action. But the smallest event, if analyzed incorrectly or acted on improperly, could have great repercussions. And that's where I come in. To interpret events.
Like butterfly wings sparking a tornado? That kind of thing?
Spare me the butterfly cliché. Guerrilla actions, nuclear tests, exposing a corrupt politician, a rise in grain prices, and... yes, the downing of an airliner in the Middle East. All of these things have the potential to create larger catastrophes.
Okay.
Controlling the repercussions of these events, getting agents the information they need to put fires out before they rage out of control, that is my job.
So when I'm in the field, my orders come from you, or another analyst. My job is, what, to listen?
Yes, it's a numbers game. But decisions must be made quickly. If the decisions are solely reactive or passive, well, then you operate at a disadvantage.
So sometimes you create events.
For political equilibrium, yes, at times. At other times, to give America an economic advantage.
I thought we were mostly mission-driven.
We are. But even you will see the effect that even seemingly minor interactions have on the structure of a mission. Carry the logic one step up, and it shouldn't be hard for you to grasp.
You like working here?
My responsibilities don't account for that, nor should they.
You know, I actually thought you were the janitor when I arrived.
That would either be an insult or an excellent deduction. I'm guessing the former.
I was actually just trying to make conversation. But why would that be an excellent deduction?
Because, Agent, Alpha Protocol can only maintain plausible deniability as long as no one knows we exist. That means continually cleaning and scouring data, masking our communication lines, and protecting our global positioning.
All right. I was just asking. No harm meant. I even take back the janitor comment.
The title fits, and apologies are necessary and unwarranted. So, in short, yes, I clean up after others, and if necessary, I'm the one tasked with shutting this program down.
Shutting it down?
Turning off the lights, putting up the chairs, locking the door.
What does that mean exactly?
This place cannot be found. If Alpha Protocol is compromised, any evidence of the program must be deleted.
But what happens to the... I mean, is there an escape route, or what happens?
What do you mean, Agent? Be specific. I dislike dancing around an issue if one exists.
What happens to the people?
Expendable.
Are you serious? You are serious. You sound like you've done this before.
If I have, it's classified. Or perhaps I'm joking. Are we done here, Agent? I think I've answered all your questions.
Some of them, yeah. The others can wait.
Oh, plus 2 AP is my skills. Custodial work. 5% intel discount for Saudi missions. I kind of want to go martial arts, I guess. Awareness. Improves Mike's ability to sense enemy placement and positions. Basic level of this skill greatly extends the duration Mike can sense enemies and reduces the cooldown between uses. Breaking and entering reduces the difficulty of lockpicking, electronic bypass, and hacking attempts. CQC proficiency increases the damage inflicted with all hand-to-hand attacks. Oh,
you guys must have spent a fortune on the TVs in this place.
You all done?
You tell me.
Now you're learning. I have to admit I was worried whether we'd be able to keep you here after you woke up in medical. You gave our staff a run for its money.
Maybe it's their training that's in question, not mine.
Fair enough. It'll be a good excuse to up the morning drills around here. Looks like you did well on the tech portion of the test. Very well. Past Darcy's bitching, there's some real compliments in here if you look at the numbers. Mina's report on your weapon skill was impressive. In fact, I think you outperformed many of the guards, and it's your first day.
What can I say? Top of my class at the academy, if you read my charts. You did read them, didn't you?
Oh, I did. It was hard getting through the pages detailing your overconfidence.
Well, as long as you read the charts, that's all that matters. I'm a little surprised Mina was paying attention to my firing skills at all, actually.
Careful. If you get any more full of yourself, not even this facility will be able to hold your ego. And here's a surprise, a positive evaluation from Parker. On the number side as usual. But he actually took the time to write a sentence.
He did? What was the sentence?
You may have been right about this one, Westridge. For Parker, that's high praise. Assuming you don't let us down, Mike. Looks like that's it for the physical evaluation. Now for the hard part. Tell me why you're here. Not everyone gets chosen for this line of work, but you volunteered. Usually we have to ask.
I want to serve my country.
And you think by being assigned here is the best way to do that?
Give me a mission and I'll prove it.
What makes you think you're ready? Because I tell you, we get a lot of recruits in here, and you're not convincing me.
I get an opinion? Or is that a rhetorical question?
All right, let me be more specific. Beyond the guns, tech, and sneaking around in the dark, there's one last part of this job that nobody else here quite gets.
I'm listening.
Good, because listening is a large part of it. The way you talk to people, your attitude. That's what we're going to discuss now.
I'm not sure I understand. Is there something wrong with how I deal with people?
No, believe it or not, you're not here because you're a people person. You're here because your psych profile says you're skilled at manipulating others.
Was that a compliment?
You'll see. The way you project yourself definitely affects what people think of you, and your reputation with them.
And if I want to impress them?
You don't always want to or need to. Having a good or bad rep with someone can actually gain you different benefits. Sometimes you want to piss someone off so they can't think straight. Other times you want to build a strong rapport with someone and talk your way out of a bad situation. All depends on your objective. This goes for your handlers as well. We're going to be sending you into a lot of dangerous places, and your only backup is going to be who you're talking to on your headset. How you treat them is going to have an effect on the success of your mission.
So if I piss them off, I'm screwed?
No. A handler that likes you too much and puts emotions before the mission can be just as dangerous as one who resents you.
This is a long way of telling me that I should just act the way I want? And if I compromise an asset in the field by choosing the wrong path?
No, again, there are no bad choices, just results. Over time, folks may hear about you and your attitude before they meet you. They may have a preconceived notion of how you're going to treat them, which can affect their reaction.
Well, maybe they should take the time to know the real me.
If only. Time's something no one seems to be able to spare, especially during a conversation. Although that can be a plus.
I don't see how.
The clock doesn't stop when you're speaking to someone. So if you need to get your second win before a fight, making small talk can buy you time.
But if I'm running on adrenaline, won't chatting take me off my guard?
It can. So if you need to get to the point, act instead of fight. For example, if you don't think I have any more to teach you, then you could just say, I'm done with this. I wouldn't think any less of you. You seem to have the basics down.
And if they're a target, why talk to them at all?
Sometimes it is better if you shoot first. Still, approaching someone to talk to them can allow you to get the drop on them if you get close enough to strike. Use it if you have to, if the conversation isn't going your way. Assuming there's even a way you want the conversation to go.
So how do I know what provokes someone? I'd rather rattle them if I can.
If that's what you want to do, pay attention to the clues in your environment. Sometimes people will have advice, and intel can help. But there's another way. Read much?
Well, I read the recruiting pamphlet. Got me this far.
There's a host of information out there through dossiers, email, and other documents that represent total research others have collected on a target, organization, or operation.
And what does that get me, exactly?
Sometimes you'll spot obvious triggers. People who don't respond well to smartasses, like me. Others who respect loyalty, duty, a professional approach. Others who don't have time for bullshit, and like it when you get to the point. But dossiers just don't contain psych information. They'll usually have combat information on your target as well. What side they favor, any past injuries, common weapons or tactics they use. Some of it blunt, some of it subtle. But if push comes to shove, it can give you an edge in combat. The more you've done your homework, the more vulnerable they'll be.
Makes sense to me. I'd rather get a firefight over with as quickly as possible.
Amen to that. Our records are complete, so use them when you have downtime.
You have dossiers on everyone here?
Yep, if you can dig them up. You might learn a few things. Sometimes reading a dossier will give you more options when dealing with others. A few facts to bring up, to shake secrets loose.
What about you?
You should already know what makes me happy, Mike, and what pisses me off.
At what point can I start accessing personnel records and conducting surveillance?
After meeting a target or hearing their name referenced by someone else, you should have a target ID. Then hop onto the database and start doing your homework. You can usually unlock their basic information at that point. Let's start with a simple one. Al-Samad. That should be familiar to you.
The terrorist group?
Yes, you can research groups as well as people. It doesn't carry the same benefits, but it can provide useful intel in the field. Talking to people about others is a good way to help gain dossier information. Sometimes people will have information on someone that can unlock a brand new thread in your computer search.
Okay, so I've suffered through your interrogation and know how to give one if need be. Am I ready or not?
We'll see. Meet me in the command center, and I can give you a proper mission briefing.
Good, because I'm sick of this room.
Trust me, Mike. If it was up to me, you'd never see this interrogation cell again.
That's an interrogation cell? That's pretty high tech.
Recognize him?
That's Sheikh Ali Shahid, the voice of Al-Samad. They say he was responsible for shooting down that airliner in the Middle East.
Yeah, he got his hands on some prototype Halbeck technology. A missile with a multi-stage targeting system called Jacob's Ladder. That airliner was his first target.
But how did Shahid get his hands on that missile?
Missiles. He's got more. He stole them from Halbeck, and we need them back before he gets any more trigger-happy. Then we want you to kill him.
You know where he is?
No, but that'll be part of your mission in the Middle East. Find the missiles, then find him and take him out.
You don't want him taken alive?
If he cooperates, sure, bring him in. On the off chance he tries to kill you, then put a bullet in his head.
I'll put my years in charm school to use.
All right, then, pack your gear. You're heading to Saudi Arabia.
Not coming with me?
I'll be there in spirit.
And on video and radio when needed, Agent.
And I just got here. Oh, well, I'm gonna miss this place.
I doubt it. I'll contact you when you reach Saudi Arabia.
Objectives completed. 23 out of 23. Lots of XP. 25 hidden loot found. Enemy loot taken. Total cash acquired. After awakening in a medical facility surrounded by armed guards, Agent Thornton was put through a rigorous screening process. Agent Thornton was not notified of the test. After a brief introduction to the facility, Thornton was instructed to attend orientation on the use of gadgets, espionage, infiltration tactics, and in basic weapon use. Most effective weapon? Hands.
Care to explain how Halbeck lost its missiles?
Old news. An accounting error.
The missiles. You didn't lose them, did you?
Angry, Mr. Thornton? Because of what happened in Saudi Arabia?
Mike, can you read me? I'm getting lots of interference.
I made it to Saudi Arabia, sir. I'm at the safe house.
I guessed that much. See any shadowy agents in trench coats at the airport?
No, sir, I don't think so.
That was a joke, Mike. But stay on your toes anyway. Finding Shahid is your primary objective. Trouble is, we don't know his location, but we have 3 leads. An arms dealer, Nasri, is believed to have sold the missiles to Shahid, and he's currently operating in Saudi Arabia. If you can intercept him, maybe he can tell you where Shahid is, or guide you to the missiles.
Do we have anything else on Nasri?
Nothing more than what's in his dossier. If you can manage to make any contacts and find out more, we'd welcome it. We also tracked down the location of an airfield Shahid used in the past. If you can sneak in and plant a listening device, we may be able to track flights Shahid is using to move through Saudi Arabia.
And the third lead?
We've got the coordinates of an Al-Samad detention camp, also used as a stockpile for weapons. We suspect the missiles may be stored there.
Is there any way to be sure the missiles are there?
Not at this time. The area is dug into the side of a canyon, and getting reliable satellite imagery when sandstorms aren't blowing has been almost impossible. We'll want you to go in alone, recon the area, and shut down their radar and communications. Once that's down, we can call in air support and hit the camp hard.
No pressure.
And no backup. Get used to it. It's the job. You check out your new home yet? It's got some perks you might be interested in.
Full security system?
A computer with a hub connection so fast you'll feel like you're going back in time.
What, to the Stone Age? Please.
You can do dossier research, encrypted emails, and if need be, access some of the weapons dealers in the area. That'll be done on your own dime, however, using whatever funds you can find in Saudi Arabia.
My own money? Are you kidding?
We don't want you using the Alpha Protocol accounts with rival terrorists or weapons dealers. That has a habit of getting back to us, and then Congress calls. There's also a weapons locker in the main living area. Open it up, help yourself, but use the ammo and armor you think suits the mission. When you're ready to head out, just use the front door, or access the missions from the main terminal. I'll have already uploaded all the mission specs to your PDA. You can review them at any time.
Alright, so is that it? Westridge. Great. Home sweet home.
Lots of dossiers. We already read that one. Al-Samid. Middle East origin, precise country unknown. Founded in 1989, exact date unknown. Organization classified terrorists by the US, Canada, the EU, Australia, Israel, and Japan. A terrorist organization that arose in the late 1980s, Al-Samid's operations have spread from the Middle East to cells throughout major European and North American cities. Though small in scale, Al-Samid holds strong to its militant and extreme views, and has shown itself intent on expansion and recruitment, seeking any means necessary to achieve its goals. The figurehead and chief financier to Sheikh al-Shahid, who has claimed responsibility for shooting down a civilian airliner in the Middle East with a prototype missile manufactured by Halbeck. Halbeck Corporation. United States origin, founded in 1907, and is a defense contractor. Halbeck was founded in 1907 as Stout Construction Services, a minor engineering company. The company was acquired by Robert Halbeck in 1927, who turned the company's focus to defense shortly before the Second World War. Halbeck's numerous contracts within the War Department netted the company numerous contracts to manufacture airstrips and shipyards, and provided vast funds into researching and improving a number of weapons and defensive systems. Bridge, Parker. Parker understands global politics, espionage tactics, and economic trends, but doesn't understand, or care to understand, people he works with. He has commented more than once that he perceives everyone as a tool, and if not a tool, then they are a liability. Sheikh al-Shahid. 45, Saudi businessman, oil. Ali Shahid is an oil sheik with strong ties to political figures in the Middle East and West. He is incredibly wealthy from both his oil interests and the political favors he's been granted in exchange for access to his oil. Shahid frequently intercedes on behalf of his Western and European friends in Middle East affairs. Shahid is monitored by Interpol and numerous intelligence agencies, and is widely known as the voice of Al-Samid, responsible for several anti-American broadcasts over the past several years. Henry Leland, age 39, American Chief Executive Officer of Halbeck Corp. Born in Newport, Rhode Island, Henry Leland's involvement in Halbeck Corporation began immediately after he graduated college, when his close friend and mentor, Robert James Halbeck III, hired him as one of the top executives at the company. Yeah. Leland's ingenuity and business strategies did not disappoint. From his hiring in 1977, Leland was able to make wise investments and use his own connections to secure numerous profitable contracts for Halbeck, steadily working his way up to the position of Chief Technology Officer. Omar Mohammed bin Naziri, 33, Saudi weapons trafficker. Omar Mahid bin Naziri is a weapons trafficker based in the Middle East. He has connections throughout Moscow, Eastern Europe, and has been responsible for selling off large Russian weapon stockpiles throughout the world. He has a number of armed guards at his disposal, and he runs a tight operation, where laziness and joking around are punished with a bullet. And his attitude is mirrored in his guards' treatment of others who come to make deals with Naziri. Testing the waters. To keep your target guessing, you've attempted being suave, professional, and aggressive, all in the same conversation. +1 AP. Basics. 5% discount on all purchase from, I'm guessing, Saudi vendors. Cage managed bidding, custodial, news conscious. Yeah, okay. Oh my. Casual attire. This ensemble consists of a nice shirt and comfortable slacks. Standard office cubicle casual. Civilian clothes are quiet and unassuming, but lack the protection of proper armor. Whoop! Ah! Okay, so we got Okay, so we got one of everything. So let's keep the pistol. We've got a silencer. Silences firing, reduces damage. Silencers muffle the sound of a pistol's internal combustion and lower a bullet's velocity to sub-Mach speeds. This renders the weapon virtually impossible to hear at medium and long ranges. Okay, so they can still hear at short range. When a silencer enables quiet takedown at range, the reduction in barrel velocity weakens the impact of each bullet, making the silencer a real liability in prolonged gunfight. I don't think I can take that off in the middle of a fight. Pistol laser sight. Increases accuracy and stability. Alright. Second weapon, I'm thinking... We got submachine gun, shotgun, and a rifle. We'll go with a rifle. I can't remember if all rifles are 3-round bursts or if it's just that model. I think they're all 3-round bursts. Increases accuracy, reduces stability. Hang on. Armor, weapon, and what was the other one? Oh, gadgets. First aid kit. Alongside bandages and rolls of gauze, this compact kit contains auto-injector of synthetic platelets and painkillers. Invaluable when there's no time for a trip to the hospital, this medical marvel can keep an agent alive and kicking despite serious injury. Multiple doses in a short span of time are potentially fatal, so an agent is strongly advised to allow the body time to metabolize the blood-clotting agents before injecting subsequent doses. I'm guessing that's explaining the cooldown. Explosive grenade. Delivering a powerful concussive blast, this hand grenade is modified from the standard infantryman's grenade with an adhesive surface and simple proximity sensor, making it useful as both a thrown weapon and a placed trap. And no other gadgets. Okay.
Mina wrote way to score. I think she custom framed it just for me. How nice.
I like her. Mia Tang to Norton Slush Fund. Oh man. Mike, I'm guessing Westbridge already gave you the lecture about not using agency funds on high-profile assassination missions. Aside from what's in your safe house, you have to make use of whatever you can borrow, steal, or swipe. If you need supplies, try the clearinghouse. It's a black market internet exchange. There's a seller there named Mongoose who should be able to provide you with all the basics while you're in Saudi Arabia. And speaking of stealing, a contact of mine in the US government just dug up an Al-Samid slush fund buried in a Jordanian bank account. We've enclosed the login credential and password in an attachment. Just download the data and a self-extracting executable will transfer the funds your way. And do it soon, before the government amateurs finish filing the proper paperwork to seize the account for themselves. Keep an eye out for any other funds you can abscond during your mission. We're not worried about journalists and investigators following money trails in circles around the globe, as long as their search never takes them to Alpha Protocol. $10,000, that's not bad. Your cover email. Hello Mike, welcome aboard. We've already set you up with an email address you can give to people you meet in the field. Not only is it against regulations to hand out your agency contact info, it's a pretty surefire way of getting reassigned to Greenland, Weehawken, or some other ass end of the world. mthornton@halabeck.com. Don't worry, the email won't sit on some corporate server. I made sure all mail in and out gets redirected to an encrypted server that you can access from any computer that's running the agency's decryption key. Your login password is AbleDanger, minus the quotes, of course. Change it when you first log in. Let me know if you have any questions. Thanks for the warm welcome. Glad to be part of the team. If I want to stay in touch with someone, I'll meet them in person. I don't need matters of national security bouncing around civilian servers or floating through echelons filters. That's pretty aggressive. Great, now I can pretend I'm a salaryman at a multinational corporation. I don't have any kids, so maybe I can photograph my guns, put little friend pictures and my firearms on my desk. In the company party, we can totally get drunk, have sex in the supply closet, and then spend the next 6 months all acting awkward when we meet up in the hallway. Just kidding, the getting drunk part is optional. Nice. Thanks for the warm welcome, glad to be part of the team. Sure. Sean Darcy, Mission Sandworm. Mikey, Westwidge put me in charge of logistics for the run on the detention camp. Should be fun. Some things you need to know. This mission comes thanks to a local contact of mine. Yeah, I got a ton of contacts in the area. What can I say? My grasp of the Arabic language is rivaled only by my charm and modesty. But seriously, this guy is a cool cat. He's a double agent and has everyone else to meet convinced he's one of them, so he gets us pretty solid leads. though he doesn't work cheap. I've studied up on the base. It was built into a sandstone cliff in 1960 when Gamble Abir Nasser, second president of Egypt, was trying to start an anti-Saudi uprising in Yemen. That's right, I'm a history buff. Anyway, it's nestled in the ridge in such a way that it's hard for sentries in the base to get a clear view across the terrain. We'll drop you outside the base and you should be able to get in close with no problems. Local weather patterns suggest a sandstorm will hit soon. It's about as likely as sun in Los Angeles or rain in London. We're going to time your mission with a sandstorm. Take advantage of the reduced enemy visibility and hearing the storm provides. I'll be a handler for the mission, but not your nanny. I know I'd tackle this mission with stealth and a shit ton of explosives when that fails. I don't care how you get things done. I just care that you get things done. I'll make sure all my friendly contacts are off site, so don't worry about killing friendlies. Aside from that, well, should be a simple in and out mission. Just follow my lead and we'll kick ass. Take names, save the world, and be home for time for a trip to the titty bar. Good hunting, Sean. Since the agency spends all its money in secrecy and not enough on guns... Hey, Mikey. If you need supplies, I have a local contact that should suffice. His name is Murad, and he's a shameless mercenary of an arms dealer, unafraid to peddle any weapon to whoever offers cash. And I mean that in the nicest way. A lot of locals would just as soon blow up anyone from a NATO country, but Murad shows that capitalism beats racism and xenophobia any day of the week. Have you visited the clearinghouse yet? Well, I made sure you've patched into Mazid's selective shortlist. When you log in, you'll see what he has for sale. Peace, Sean D. Stable with light recoil and a generous clip. Okay, so I'm thinking... I don't remember if... I think we get guns in the missions. Or we can. So I'm thinking I should save my money for intel. Ooh. FN. I like the 5.7. Very stable light recoil and generous clip, but below average stopping power. Barrel sights. Pistol ammo, steel core rounds. Tranquilizer. Oh, okay, this is filtered by gun, so this is all the pistol stuff. Submachine gun stuff. Shotgun, armor. Additional inventory space. Reinforced drone shock pads. This would be good for sound dampening. Oh. Wait, this is even quieter than my normal clothes. Interesting. Equipment. Temporary increases recoil, control, strike damage, and damage resistance. It's a combat thing. Well, so what do we got? We got attack a base, arms dealer, and then the airfield. Bonus objective for the arms dealer mission: an anomalous black market source is offering intel on Zari's weapon shipments. Oh, that's to buy and sell. Oh, okay. Because I can sell stuff. Intercept Nazari, the arms dealer. Reduction in enemy strength on the arms dealer mission. An American private military company will run a sortie not far from Nazari's location and draw out any alerted staff, leaving only the second-rate guards on duty when you show up. Mission map for the arms dealer. Mission for a small fee. A surveillance company will provide you with a detailed map of the security systems. Additional supplies added to the investigate weapons stockpile mission area. With a few dollars to grease the wheels, you can have Alcimide's weapon suppliers shuttle in more weaponry at bargain rates, which you can then swipe on your mission. Bonus objective added. Darcy's contact in the area is willing to provide you with special instructions on disabling the compound's security for a price. Reduction in enemy strength in the investigate. An American is offering day contracts anywhere in the Mideast. For a small fee, the PMC will run a sortie. Yeah. Bug is airfield. Dossier information in Alcimede. Purchasing intel will expand your dossier on the Alcimede terrorist organization. Yes. Mission map for the Bug Tower mission for a small fee, yada yada. Sniper rifle dead drop. Darcy's contact will, for a price, leave a precision rifle in a prearranged location in Alcimede's airfield for use in your mission. Yes. Think we'll save money on that for now. On the map, I don't know. I can't remember how useful the maps are. I mean, it's only 500, but that's going to add up. Oh, this... My sound... Okay, this is louder. Okay, that's sound dampening. Okay. So it's a little louder, but I get more endurance and I get an upgrade slot. While most armor is made to identify its wearer, the suit is a custom body armor aims to provide protection while providing concealment and range in motion. Providing protection on par with civilian legal ballistic clothing, the Night Operations armor system mutes the wearer's clanking gear and footfalls. I want to be quiet. Maybe we'll try going in with no armor, because that's going to be smart. Alcimede soldiers are loyal, but not generally well trained. Elite agents among the ranks of the organization, usually identified by red ski masks, have better training and weapons than the rank and file. Alcimede's danger lies in their numbers, and their quick response time in calling out alarms and alerting the rest of their cells of any intruders. They're usually armed with dated assault rifles. Intercept Nazari, the arms dealer. Question Nazari about the stolen Hellbeck missiles. Handler bonus, by the book, minus 10% cooldown bonus on all abilities. The stolen missiles have been tracked to a black market arms dealer, Omar Mohammed bin Nazri. He has been set up camp in an abandoned palace outside Salim. Break into Nazri's compound and find out everything he knows about the Hellbeck missiles. Intel acquired for this mission. 1. Additional intel available in the store. Intel indicates a shipment of weapons at Nazri's location that, while too heavy to pick up and lug back to your safe house, could be mailed to a place of your choosing. I'm going to buy armor. That's a lot of money. We'll try it without the armor, just because like I said, I want to save the money for intel and stuff. Which reminds me, what's the other? It's a map? Yeah, let's get the map. Because like I said, I'm probably not going to try to explore everything I can. So if I know where to go. Yeah. Let's do all three. Less guards, a map, and a bonus objective. I can start the mission right in there. That's handy, but let's have a look around first. Damn. This is totally unassuming and...
There's a note from Parker here. The agency made me give this to you. What a guy.
Why would you...
Agent Darcy sent me this for acing the training course. He misspelled my name. Thornton.
I mean, why would you, like, decorate the house?
In Washington today, Senator Patrick Darcy unveiled new legislation aimed at cleaning up the federal government by greatly restricting lobbyists' access to legislators.
The bill, called the People Over Rich Corporations Act, or PORC Act, would prohibit lobbyists from contributing to election campaigns and require anyone affiliated with a corporation to stay 500 feet or more away from any member of the legislative branch.
Opponents of the bill have labeled it a draconian offense against free speech, and so laughably unenforceable as to render it a farce.
Yeah.
Senator Darcy had no comment for INN News. Should American businesses be compensated if conflict arises in Asia? Legislation being discussed on Capitol Hill would assist with relocation costs for operations based in countries considered hostile to the United States. Detractors in both parties have attacked the bill as a massive bailout for companies that have outsourced American jobs. China and India are the largest destinations for offshore operations, with everything from manufacturing to software development being produced overseas for American businesses. Tensions continue to rise in the Far East as Taiwanese President Ronald Sung's independence rally approaches. The controversial politician has the Chinese government worried that he will formally declare independence, an action that would almost certainly lead to war.
High-level White House sources have told INN News that, should China attempt to forcibly block a Taiwanese move for independence, the U.S. Navy will take, quote, any and all measures to prevent Chinese aggression.
Meanwhile, the president, on a goodwill tour of Africa, issued a statement urging all parties to remain calm and rational, and to let diplomacy prevail. In Washington today, Senator Patrick Darcy unveiled new legislation aimed at cleaning up the...
Hey, these guys will have to be professional.
Don't play games with these guys.
If I can get in without a firefight, that makes getting to Nasri that much easier.
American. Nasri said nothing about an American.
I'm not looking to advertise my presence, only to do business.
Business, eh?
Check with Nasri if you don't believe me. He's waiting for me, and my down payment.
I call ahead. Go on through.
Can't believe you bluffed those guards.
I love how I'm just decked out. Primary, secondary, turret, camera, computer, alarm, pickup, stealth path. Point of interest. Interesting. Wow, okay. They even give me like a path and all that. Flag. is, I'm assuming, point of interest. This stuff is not very well lined up. That's the primary objective. So where's the secondary objective? Switch shipping labels. Oh, right there. Tranquilizer rounds, pistol. And we just got assault rifle ammo. Sedative damage over time. Poor against armored targets. Standard issue pistol with balanced traits. Standard issue rifle with balanced traits. Wait, hang on. That's my rifle? Awareness awares nearby enemies showing their location, facing, and level of suspicion. This one. Weird. Alright. Kind of wondering when martial arts will be useful.
Looks like they figured out I was bluffing.
Oh.
Nasri's headquarters are in an old palace up the hill. That's your target.
Thought I hit a trip alarm or something. I find it very interesting that I'm timed on that. Like, is an alarm going to go off if I go over time? I'm picking a lock. Oh, what the hell? Okay, well, I really should look to see if I can... I'm trying to take cover. I'm almost thinking I shouldn't have bluffed my way in. Should have like fought my way in, and then I would have had like a quieter way in, or not have the alarm go off possibly. Health, I think, is a one-time use. Maybe we'll save that. Go through the door and go left. Maybe we'll go back for health. Just because this seems to be kind of a point of no return.
Look for alternate ways in. No need to risk a direct confrontation.
I'll keep an eye out.
I kind of forgot. I probably should have not be going lethal. I wonder if punching people knocks them out. Or if that's just like, I break their neck, they're now dead. Duffel bag. I like how the duffel bag had more money than the safe. I mean, it makes sense from a gameplay perspective, but not so much like lore-wise. I don't understand. Why am I not using that? Right, it's a higher level where it's always on. Isn't it? Reduces the range. Greatly extends the duration. Mike no longer needs to activate this ability. Yeah, so that's not the master ability. I don't understand why I can't use that, or I seemingly can't use that ability. Oh, this is where I want to go. Yeah. Steel core. Increases damage and armor penetration. Reduces recoil control.
Fuck of a lot of stairs.
Very creaky stairs too.
Hurry and unload those trucks.
Like in the upper right corner.
Make yourself useful. Start unloading the second truck.
Why must we hurry to unload these weapons? Nasri has plenty to display already.
Alright, so I see 3 guys. That guy seems to be kind of off on his own, so I could probably take him out there. Then I'm going to assume this guy. We'll see if I take out the guy on the scaffolding. So probably got to take him out when he's by the box. No, possibly take out the guy in the scaffolding when he's in the cave. What is this guy doing? He's just staying there. Like, is he bugged? Don't know if he's gonna be noticed. What is this guy doing? Ooh, money. Oh, it's over in the next area. Okay. Damn. Well, that was kind of overkill. Oh no, I guess not. I had to get up here, so clearing them out would have been the easier way.
Found a way into the palace.
Good. Going to be hot in there. Careful, Mike.
Wow, I'm feeling like I'm glad I paid those PMCs to do the sortie. Because I feel like this would be a lot more of a pain in the butt if there were more guys. I mean, even with like the 3 guys in that area, that was fairly difficult. I like how these guys just have like money lying around. Where? Oh, there we go. Yeah, okay. I was thinking that was going to be too easy. That was so stupid. I wasn't expecting him to turn around immediately like that. I mean, what kind of patrol path is that? You usually just stay there and then you look around, then you turn around. running would be a great ability to have. Just saying.
Nice collection. Wonder if any of it works.
See if there's something you can use.
I don't see it.
Mike, what the hell was that?
I, fired a missile at the palace.
Okay, I wasn't expecting backblast to actually be a thing. Also, I thought that was gonna shoot at, like, people. I would love to know why this ability is not fucking working. This is why these games kinda suck. Oh, I hit him!
The exit's in the corner, opposite the entrance. Try to get to it without getting killed.
I don't know what killed me. I think it was the grenade, because it looked like that bullet, like, went way wide. Oh, way back here. You just spin around, don't you? It's a very weird way to do a patrol. Well, I guess it makes sense in that context, because the only thing in front of you is a wall. You don't need to stand there and look around in a field for, you know, 10 seconds to see if you can see anyone.
Nice collection. Wonder if any of it works.
See if there's something you can use.
This thing still doesn't work. What does my map say? Oh, I am, like, inadvertently taking the stealth route. I don't think I can. Yeah, that's lame. I can't close the door behind me.
Careful, Mike. Nasri's got to be nearby. There's no other exits from the palace.
I'm really curious what shooting the rocket would have accomplished. I don't know if I can sneak up on that guy. I mean, I kind of want to shoot him, but the only time it's safe is if the guy is, like, here. And I think that might be... That'd be too close, like he's gonna hear the shots. Oh damn, I was able to sneak up. I did not think that was going to happen. I can't just jump down, can I? I wonder if my takedowns are silent. Like, if I time it so I take out those two guys when they're here, and that guy is over here. Ooh, money. Like, I'm curious if I can take them both out, and then kind of rush and take this guy out. Nope. Yeah. As soon as I got caught. Can I turn corners? No, cool, and I can't run. That's really cool. There's gotta be a way I can run in this. Like, that's absolute bullshit if I can't.
Got to be nearby. There's no other exits from the palace.
I mean, I can on the keyboard and mouse. Okay. Just instantly aware, apparently. I really like how he spun around right at that instant. How did that door close?
There's someone here. I'm certain of it.
Well, that didn't go very well.
Mike, have you spotted Nasri?
He's right here. He's got nowhere to run. This should be quick. Give me a sec.
Who are you?
Omar Mohammed bin Nasri. By order of the United States government, I'm placing you under arrest.
Arrest? For what? No crime here. Nothing involving United States.
You are in possession of illegal shoulder-mounted munitions. We'd rather you not sell them on the black market.
The missiles? You're too late. Already gone. Sold. You caused all this trouble for nothing.
Sold? To who?
I take their cash, not their names. You come a few days ago. Maybe you could have killed them instead of my men, eh?
Mike, this is bad news. If he's telling the truth.
What you do now, huh? Kill me? That not get your missiles back.
Mike, we need to know where those missiles went.
If we let him go, he could lead us to the people he sold the missiles to. Or they might come after him. Either way, we win.
But if he can't lead us to the buyers, then we've let a killer go, and more people will die. Remember that rocket attack in
Money, guns, yours, if you let me go.
No, we're taking you into custody. A copter will be here to pick you up, and your munitions.
What? Look, I pay you. You not hear me?
Westridge,
I say
for delivery.
On their way, Mike.
Can't risk the consequences of letting him go. We can find the missiles some other way.
Fair enough. Search the room. See what you can find.
What do you mean we can find the missiles some other way? We've arrested him. Can we not interrogate him? We missed an objective. What objective did we miss? The stolen Hollaback missiles were tracked to a black market arms dealer, Omar Mohammed bin Nazari. He set up camp in an abandoned palace outside Zalem. Agent Thornton was dispatched to infiltrate Nazari's compound and discover the location of the missiles. Agent Thornton successfully infiltrated the outer perimeter and got past Nazari's guards using only his persuasion skills. The guards eventually became aware of his presence, but by then Agent Thornton was already deep in the compound. Once inside, Agent Thornton reached the place where Nazari was stationed, found his way in, and encountered several large stockpiles of weapons ready for clients in the region. Bonus objective. Agent Thornton discovered a crate of stolen weapons and successfully routed the shipment to a new destination. Omar Mohammed bin Nazari was intercepted inside the palace. He surrendered almost immediately. The agent on the scene arrested Nazari, disrupting weapons trafficking in the region. Effect. Hampered intelligence gathering efforts in the region. Effect. Lowered munitions supply for terrorists in Saudi Arabia.
A leading arms trafficker suspected of supplying terrorist organization Al-Samad was captured by coalition forces earlier this week. Mohammed Omar bin Nasri, based in a remote part of Saudi Arabia, was in possession of over $100 million worth of small arms, ammunition, missiles, and vehicles. His extradition to the United States is currently being worked out with the Saudi government.
In financial news, Halbeck Industries is facing intense scrutiny from shareholders. Just the latest bump in a troubled road for the once mighty defense contractor.
Halbeck has shown increasing signs of moving into a business slump, with profits shrinking and a reported 50% of their projects canceled. Pressure from shareholders is suspected to force the industry giant into massive layoffs.
CEO Robert Halbeck III has given numerous reassurances to the press that the company is merely entering a, quote, re-engineering period and has no plans to institute a layoff program, but claims instead that the company is preparing for, quote, a new and exciting period of growth.
This most recent statement saw Halbeck stock rise 2 points yesterday, but this was soon followed by a plunge of 10 more points.
Oof.
Certainly a tricky situation for the contractor. Hard to bring back confidence from a slump like that, wouldn't you say, Roger?
Definitely, Melissa. The CEO could try appearing with an attractive young coworker, although that doesn't always help ratings, or consumer confidence. More on this story as it develops.
What?
In Washington today, Senator Patrick Darcy unveiled new legislation aimed at cleaning up the federal government.
Westridge to Mike Thornton. Good work on the Nazari situation. Mike, the folks who write our checks are very pleased with your work bringing Nazari to justice. But by very pleased, I mean they're finally signed off on a request for a bigger operating budget. I'm in a good mood too, so I'm going to pretend, just this once, that sending you a funds transfer won't be a giant security breach. Download the attachment in this email for a funds transfer from a blind escrow account, and buy yourself something nice. Of course, if you tell anyone, I'll have you killed. Just kidding. But not really. Westridge. 15,000. Nice. Reply your cover email. You're quite welcome. I appreciate the pleasantries, though I'd wager after a month or two at the agency, you'll lose whatever good graces you've learned in life before the protocol. Stay sharp. This job will kill you. Mina. Yeah. Projects innocuous sounds that distracts enemies. A tool for deception and harassment. The sound generator is a directed sonic projector capable of bouncing a coherent sound off of any surface at short or medium range. Programmed to broadcast innocuous sounds, the sound generator is compact size and designed while a point-and-shoot operation with an effectively limitless battery life. So it's a buy once and have it forever type thing. And I'm wondering if that lets me drag people away. That would be incredibly useful, as we just found out. With a 10% discount. Why do I get a feeling this... I mean, it says with effectively limitless battery life, but I feel like it's a one-time use thing. Let's try it. Weapon stockpile. Sure. What's the other one? Bug the airfield. Yeah, we'll do the bug the airfield first, I guess. Mission map. Sniper rifle drop. Mission map. I don't know if that's going to be super useful. Oh. Utilizing high-density ceramic plating and heavy layers of ballistic textiles, the suit of armor offers high durability at the expense of low carrying capacity and noisier movement. I didn't realize I had other armor. Ablative ceramic plates. Increases damage resistance, reduces stealth. No.
Aimed at cleaning up the federal government by greatly restricting law.
That was weird. I don't know why I didn't have that objective before. Well, let's do this. Let's go and investigate the weapon stockpile. Because I know, and this isn't much of a spoiler, but I know because I played this before, I have to do all 3 missions before the next one appears. But let's do this in a way that would make sense if we don't know that. So that would mean checking out the weapon stockpile. So, let's look at this. Bonus objective added. Nazari's captor is offering information on items of interest located in Al-Samad Jazan compound. Nazari's captor. That's me. I'm confused, but alright. Bonus objective added. Darcy's contact in the area is willing to provide you with special instructions on disabling the compound security. Sure. Reduction in enemy strength. Yes. That was a lot of money. I think we had just spent like 30 grand. That was over half my money. Handler Darcy. Tech savvy. Gadget damage plus 10%. An Al-Samad detention camp on the outskirts of Jazan has a spike in network activity, suggesting Al-Samad is stockpiling weapons there and possibly the Halbrecht missiles as well. Infiltrate the camp, search for weapon stockpiles, and find their communications hub and download any information from the server to our databanks. Intel acquired for this mission, 3. Nazari's interrogator. That must be what it is. Not captor, but interrogator? Huh. Has informed you that Nazari's assistant is a guard in the compound and has a laptop worth a good sum of money. Darcy's contact revealed tricks for disabling the security throughout the compound. Effect reduces difficulty of hacks, which... That wasn't really worth the money if that was the case. That's unfortunate. You hired a private military company to start a skirmish off-site and draw some guards from the compound. Expect weaker reserve personnel at the mission site.
What's up, Mikey? Problems already?
Just checking in. Had some questions about the mission and Alpha Protocol.
Well, I guess I should feel lucky you're not within shooting distance. After the cheap shots you took on the firing range.
Sounds like you're gonna be my handler when I infiltrate the Al-Samad camp.
Yeah, I got stuck hand-holding you. Hope that's not a problem.
Nothing's wrong, just making sure we're good.
Look, orientation's one thing, a mission's another. People think I have an attitude, but it doesn't keep me from doing my job. I admit, I'd rather be on the mission. But you're the one Westridge picked, so let's get this done.
The Al-Samad detention camp, where they got the weapon stockpiles? Anything you can tell me?
Getting satellite imagery of the area has been hard. My contacts haven't turned up much.
What's the problem with the imagery?
Camp's remote and dug into the side of a canyon. Beautiful view, but lousy for spying from above.
Anything else you can offer? I'd hate to go into this mission blind.
Actually, you may not have much choice, so I'm glad you asked. The thing about the camp is weather. Sandstorms are hitting the area pretty hard, which is to your advantage.
How?
It cuts down visibility for you and them. You need to sneak in before they know you're there. So just wait for the storm to kick up, then take them out.
All right, good to know.
Oh, one other thing. They've dug in deep, with a maze of tunnels beneath the camp. If they've got any weapons down there, it's gonna be a pain getting to them.
So what do you recommend?
They probably have as much trouble finding their way around as you do. So follow power lines or work lights when you can. Might guide you to where they've got their stockpiles.
Got it. If they use those same routes to move around, shouldn't be too hard to pick them off either.
I'll upload what maps I have to your PDA. They probably keep the weapons in the bottom of the base in case they, well, explode.
That would be smart.
Been with Alpha Protocol long?
Longer than you, so yeah, long enough.
There a problem?
I was just curious how you managed to get this mission instead of me. But if you don't want to tell me, that's fine too.
I don't remember asking for it so much as it being dumped in my lap.
So there wasn't even a discussion? I heard there was a chance I could have gone.
Never came up in conversation?
Huh. Alright. I thought you might have convinced Westridge not to send me. Guess I was wrong.
That's all I need. See you in the field, Darcy.
Mikey, you there?
Yeah. Sit, Rep?
No radio chatter, no alarms. Looks like you did a good job of getting in under their radar. Wish our choppers could. Would have saved us a lot of trouble.
Bad intel.
No, sandstorms. They fuck with the satellite imagery. But they're great for someone moving in on foot. Lets you get in for the kill before the bad guys know you're there.
So, wait for a storm, use it as cover.
That's the idea. Probably won't be that simple. But hey, that's why they sent you instead of me, right?
$1,000 just lying around there. Okay, so what do we got here? Find alternate access. So, because I have bonus objectives, are they going to show up when I find them? I don't think I have any new dossiers. I did get a new perk though. Tech Savvy 2. Gadget damage plus 20%. Due process. Endurance recharge rate plus 20%. Eschewing bribes and pragmatism, you opted to arrest Najiri. I don't know, like, I feel like letting him go, and again, like, I know what happens because I played through this like 6 times. Like, great game, I love the game, except for the gameplay. the skills with the combat thing is so janky and horrible. But anyway, I'm going to say this as someone who doesn't know, because even though this is a 12-year-old game, this is a hidden gem, and I'm going to assume that 98% of the people watching this probably haven't played this, and, you know, try not to spoil things. But anyway, I feel like letting the guy go wouldn't lead us to the dealer. Right? Like, chances are he's going to pick up or pack up shop and leave. He's not going to go running to the buyer being like, "Oh, I was, you know, attacked by an American looking for you." And because the dealer's just going to be like, "And you came to me?" Or not the dealer, the buyer. He's just going to shoot him. He's like, "You came to me and you led them to me?" Like, anyway, your conviction to act within the law has strengthened your resolve. Endurance recharge rate plus 20%. Well, that's nice, but doesn't really help us. We're not going to have a whole lot of armor. Oh, no. Whoops. Oh, I forgot to equip the sound thing. Damn it. We still can't really use this ability. Okay, so we were trying to knock out the guy's last mission because I wasn't sure if we were going to be able to become friends with the dude. So I wanted to try to be on his good side. Here is not so much an issue, so... we will just kill them. Now I'm assuming his vision's reduced because he's, you know, throwing his arm up to... to like get sand out of his eyes. And I'm hoping that even though my head is sticking out because I'm stuck to the cover, he's not gonna see us. I really want to go down and look, but I'm trying to fight that urge. The completionist in me, well, quote-unquote completionist, really wants to, like, explore around and get all the loot and stuff, but...
At the camp. They're dug in pretty deep.
Any sign of the radio tower?
Yeah, it's across the canyon from me. A lot of open ground in between.
Try not to get spotted. If you get trapped in there...
I know.
Right. I remember this being a whole thing. Yeah, you know, having awareness would be just super right now. Because I'm sure there's a guy below me. It's really tempting to hop onto that gun and just start shooting. Oh, I totally can't. But I can't take cover. No, I'm trying to use the ladder. No, use the ladder. Okay, there's a guy. That's cool, game. Oh, that's what I just... Nope. I'm just used to games where you have to, like, interact with the ladder. I just had to, like, walk into it. Oh, that's a satellite. Jesus, that scared the crap out of me. I thought that was, like, maybe a minigun revving up or something. Leap over. Oh, I could cross. Oh. Alright then. Now the problem is, I don't know if he's going to see me. And I can't press against the wall. Good. He does not see me.
Found the radio tower.
Now look for the generator. Should be in a building nearby.
That was close. I'm pretty sure I've... Oh, I like Until CA. I'm pretty sure when I played this before, I've had times where I've opened up the door and just, unfortunately, I've had a guy looking right at the door. And it's just like, ah! Now they're alerted. Which, depending on the playthrough, could be an issue. Because I think I have done a combat issue, or playthrough. Alcimede has recently purchased several state-of-the-art security systems for use in protecting their bases of operations. An agent infiltrating their bases may want to stock up on EMP grenades or counter-surveillance gear if they wish to remain undetected. Well, that's 100% complete.
Generator's cut.
Got it. I'll signal the choppers now. Can you get to their main computer beneath the camp?
I think a way just opened up.
Oh. Okay. Interesting. You would... Well, I guess the generator is hooked up directly to the antenna. I was going to say, cutting the power probably isn't good on... One, using the lights to find the weapon cache. But then, two, to access their computer network. I still don't know where these bonus objectives are. Okay, well, I want to buy another stealth to get... Oh, maybe do sabotage. When activated, overclock enhances the effect of offensive gadget used. The effective radius as well as any applicable stun and damage effects are increased. Effect radius plus 33%, damage / stun effect plus 25%, 10-second duration, 45-second cooldown. I want to get an ability just so that we can swap it out and see if that fixes... that'll be fine. Martial arts. The strike combo ability extends the number of quick strikes Mike can chain together by quickly pressing B. At the basic level of this ability, Mike's basic 3-strike combo extends to 4 strikes. Silent running makes all running and walking completely silent during the duration of the ability. 10-second duration, 45-second cooldown. Okay, so switch to you. Now you're being used. Switch to you, and you don't work. You must be bugged or something. Wow, that's annoying. Okay, so we need to get that mastery then. Because then we don't even have to worry about activating. Oh, I'm hoping the mastery will work. I'm hoping it's just activating it is bugged for whatever reason. Okay, so we gotta go this way to take these guys out. Okay, so we're gonna have to time this. Oh no, really? That's annoying. I hope this guy's not gonna see me. Oh my god! All right. That's very annoying. Where is this guy?
Did you see that?
What? What? I don't... What? I don't understand... Okay, that guy can see far. Stop moving! Time out, guys. I'm not very accurate. Oh, you bastard. Oh, there he is. Oh, son of a diddly. Man, how many guys are there? Where are you? There you are. I think I missed. Still alive! There we go. What started this again? Oh yeah, the guy just... I don't know, I took a step forward and the guy just all of a sudden saw me or decided he saw the body or something. Where can I disable the alarm? There we go. Oh my. Where? There, really? Oh my god. Controller, bad aiming. Yeah, okay, so that awareness is, I don't know, bugged or something. We're gonna have to Google that after.
I'm in.
Good. Now get to the servers and upload that data.
You weren't kidding about the tunnels in this place. Got themselves a hell of a maze down here.
Servers need power. Find power lines or work lights, then follow them to the source. They need to find their way around as much as you do.
What? What the fuck was that? They just saw me magically? Fletchet rounds. I mean, I don't know. I want to explore around because I need money. At the same time, it's just like, if I'm trying to be stealthy, why would I go exploring? At least those guys aren't, like, aware. I still don't know what this bonus objective is. And that's another reason why I want to explore, because I don't know if the bonus objective is going to show up on the map if I find it. Or if it's just going to be one of those things I have to stumble upon it, and it only shows up on the map if I buy the a surveillance company drone satellite imagery thing. I feel like he's gonna see the body. Well, I should be able to take him out quick enough if he does, and this will be an experiment. Oh, his body disappeared. Oh my god. That was close. I got hung up on something.
Looks like I found the old cells. Mostly storage.
If there's time, see if you can get inside.
I feel like he's gonna see me. Yep. Okay, got it. So even if I'm like hiding behind stuff, they're gonna see me if part of me sticks out, which is really good to know, because we found that one cover where like my shoulders and head was visible, and now we know that I'm gonna get seen. Oh my. Shit. Really? I stink.
Pick the lock.
Good job.
No sign of the missiles, though. Looks like this place has been cleaned out.
Damn. Guess that would have been too much to hope for. Alright, get to the computer if you can.
On it.
Ooh. Locate the laptop. Oh, that was the bonus mission, I think. Was to find the laptop because it was worth a lot. I assume that's what the 5,000 was. And then the other thing I bought was like more time on hacking, which apparently wasn't as useless as I thought it would be, because we still screwed that up. Oh my gosh. But it's nice to know. I mean, it's... God, when was the last time I played this? It had to have been like 6-7 years ago now. Even after all that time, I still kind of... still know how to read that circuit board. And do this, mostly. But like I say, this feels a lot more sensitive than what I'm used to. But maybe that's just because they're expecting mouse input, and they're kind of... it's being channeled through a controller instead. So it's a little more precise and annoying on a controller, whereas with a controller they could be a little more... I don't know, less sensitive. Did he see me? Damn, I should have... Well, I didn't realize the laptop was there. I don't know if this was marked or not on the map. Damn. Profits have slowed for the company since the cessation of the Cold War and the small-scale military strikes of the 1980s and early 1990s, leading to the recent downsizing and closing of multiple offices worldwide. Although the controlling interest is held by CEO Henry Leland and the board of directors, the directors have been showing concern in regards to the company's future. Has been showing concern in regards to the company's future, despite reassurances by Leland that Halbrecht is merely going through a restructuring period. Maybe with future levels, we'll just kind of beeline to the mastery. Are you not gonna move? Oh, a noise thing would be useful. That was an objective? I don't remember that objective. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to die just so that we can reload. See if those... Yeah, let's die. Because I want to see if that gets marked. Wow, they really chew through you. Alright, and then I guess we'll... spend a minute waiting here just to see if he moves. Because I don't know if that was a bug, or if it's a recurring bug, or if he just does that. Kind of looks like he just does that. Well, I kind of wish I had training in pistols now, so that I could get the, Ooh, I almost picked that up. So I get the multi-shot thing. This doesn't get marked. I don't have it on my list, though, so I don't know if that makes a difference. That's really lame. I wonder if that's what happened in that first mission. If maybe because we weren't exploring around or whatever, if we didn't find the quest item for the quest that we didn't know that we needed. Or the item for a quest that we didn't even know we had. Well, I guess we'll find out if this makes noise. It probably does. I mean, if I make noise, and the armor changes that, stabbing this guy is going to make noise. Yeah. Oh, damn. A remote mine.
Uploading the information now. A lot of data here. And the...
Whoops, wrong button.
The system looks pretty state-of-the-art.
Receiving. You weren't kidding. Watch your back, they probably got guards on the way.
These specs look like Halbeck targeting data tied into the radio tower.
Alright, get topside if you can. We could use the help. Looks like we got company. A lot of it.
So I'm pinned down?
I got a Black Hawk on the way. Meet up with us topside.
Didn't even see you. Oh, okay. Well, this is really stupid, but let's try it. As soon as he goes back, I'm gonna rush him. He can block me? Well, what the hell good is the martial arts then? If he could just block me, then I may as well have just picked a gun.
Uploading the information now. A lot of data here. And this system looks pretty state-of-the-art.
Receiving. You weren't kidding. Watch your back, they probably got guards on the way.
These specs look like Halbeck targeting data tied into the radio tower.
Alright, get topside if you can. Damn it. We could use the help. Looks like we got company.
Well, I guess we kind of know why.
I got a Black Hawk on the way. Meet up with us topside.
Ow. I guess now we know why we found mines. Ha. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of rethinking this.
Uploading the information
I don't
now.
mind the difficulty so much,
and this system looks
but it's
pretty
like,
state-of-the-art.
oh, martial arts can be completely negated.
You weren't kidding.
Okay.
Watch your back, they probably got guards on the way.
And
these specs look like
stealth is useful, but
tied into
okay.
the radio tower.
Get off,
All right.
dude!
Get topside if you can. We could use the help. Looks like we got company. A lot of it.
So I'm pinned down?
I got a Black Hawk on the way. Meet up with us topside.
And like, stealth is not useful at parts. Or at points. Okay. Okay! There's no freaking way he saw me!
Uploading the information now. A lot of data here. And this system looks pretty state-of-the-art.
Receiving. You weren't kidding. Watch your back, they probably got guards on the way.
These specs look like Halbeck targeting data tied into the radio tower.
Alright, get topside if you can. We could use the help. Looks like we got company. A lot of it.
So I'm pinned down?
I got a Blackhawk on the way. Meet up with us topside.
Okay, well that's not so bad. Oh shit, there's another guy. Didn't even see him. But yeah, I was going to say that, like, I mean, if I'm building my guy specifically to be like a stealthy hacking kung fu guy, and the game just kind of throws that away, like, oh, there's going to be parts where an alarm is just going to go off no matter what, or guys are going to rush you. Or, you know, your kung fu can be blocked, so you just do no damage. Or whatever, then it's just like, well, why am I building this guy like this? I mean, yes, I can spread out my skills a little bit more. Right? Like, instead of, like, mastering, I can just have more. But I'd rather master and, like, specialize, because then it makes my guy really kick ass, and then it makes me want to, replay, because then it'll be like, oh, I want to play the soldier next, and just run around and shoot people and just be hyper aggressive and just play the game that way and possibly play my guy's personality that way, or be just the weirdest thing ever where I'll be like the suavest James Bond ever and then just run around with a shotgun killing everyone.
Trouble here. The radio tower is down, but we're getting more resistance than expected. Can you secure the landing zone?
Not a problem.
Okay. That's super cool. The guy just saw me? Okay, I can't go back. That's a problem. Damn it. I keep thinking that's my weapon wheel. Apparently I can't, like, stealthily take these guys out. Okay, I'm just gonna stand right in front of you. How close do I gotta be? Pretty close. Okay.
All right, we're clear. Let's do this.
Oh, dear God. Oh, dear God. Okay, apparently that exposes me. Looks like there's guys down there too. Apparently I can. Well, that hurt a lot. It's good to know. I kind of thought I could blind fire the grenade and still be accurate for some reason. Get to the chopper.
Good job, Mike. Not bad for the new guy.
All the missions go as smoothly as this?
You're alive, aren't you?
13 out of 13 objectives. Bunch of XP, 40,000 in cash. An Al-Samid detention camp on the outskirts of Jizan had a spike in network activity. Agent Thornton was sent to infiltrate the camp, find the communications hub, and download any information from their server to their databanks. Agent Thornton was dropped off on the outskirts of the camp via helicopter, then infiltrated the camp utilizing cover in the local geography. After cutting power to the camp, he proceeded to enter the detention cells, where he accessed the terrorist's computer, gaining intelligence on Al-Samid in the region. Bonus objective. Agent Thornton discovered detention records in the camp, providing more information on Al-Samid in the region. Bonus objective. Agent Thornton located the laptop mentioned in the informant's intel. This computer fetched a good price on the black market. Effect, cash deposit, Agent Thornton. Bonus objective. Agent Thornton thoroughly explored the cells beneath the camp for stockpiles, and his thoroughness was mentioned by Agent Darcy in his report. Agent Thornton returned to the surface for extraction by helicopter. Cutting the power to the control center allowed Agent Darcy and team to approach the camp and engage the terrorists. With the information obtained from this mission, Saeed's location in Saudi Arabia has been found and the final phase of Operation Spear is active. New mission gained. Intercept Shaheed and recover missiles. Oh, I guess we don't actually need... I thought we had to do all three. Maybe we don't. Interesting.
Mikey, so you got back safely?
Yeah, thanks for the lift out of there.
Least I can do for all the joy and pain you gave me in training. Just doing my job, providing support.
About the mission.
Yeah, what? Is there a problem?
Critical? What would I be critical about?
No, just thought you did a good job out there.
Well, I admit I'd rather have been the one on that mission. But you're the one Westridge picked, and it's my job to back you up. But I was pretty impressed. You didn't need much help. And hey, maybe next time, you'll be on the headset.
We recover anything from the camp yet?
Some records. Good job digging those out, by the way. Still sorting through it, but...
But what?
Well, I'm out of the loop on the data recovery. Westridge assigned the analysis to Mina and Parker. We'll see what they dig up.
Any idea when they'll have something?
No, but with the two of them, shouldn't be long. Guess we just have to wait.
Let me know as soon as you find out anything, Darcy.
All right, I'll be in touch, Mikey.
Darcy's photo?
Oh, great. Picture of Darcy. He wrote, Mike and Sean, fuck yeah! With 3 exclamation points.
I forgot about that. From Sean to Mike, laying down the pain. Question. What do you call a bunch of terrorists dead in a detention center? Answer. A good start. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Good old-fashioned slaughter of people who hate your freedom. Gets me hard every time. Now, just so you know, we're going to have to send a cleanup crew to make sure word of this doesn't get around. People assume it was the U.S. Army or something, and eventually questions will be asked, and we'll have to cover our tracks. So next time I'm running a mission, do me a favor and don't play Horseman of the Apocalypse. You get to shoot people, I get to bully journalists into silence. That's not a fair division of labor. Anyway, it was good working with you. You did better than I expected. Peace, Sean D. Okay then. Yeah, I guess since we get discounts, if we're gonna buy something, we should probably buy it now. Oh yeah. Okay, first of all, before we even do that, let's get the sound thing on. Sound generator. And just, I guess, as a safe. Remote mine. An adhesive explosive detonate by remote control. Really? Okay. I guess that would have to differentiate you from the grenade. I was thinking procs, but that's what the grenade is. So. This compact aerodynamic disc of plastic explosive features a short-range radio for detonation. Adhesive on 2 sides, this mine can be thrown and attached to virtually any surface and then detonated at the agent's discretion. Oop. We weren't just reading, we were equipping. Incendiary bomb. This modified grenade uses a small explosive charge to ignite a pressurized body of flammable fluid, dousing an area, and any targets within, in intense flames and thick smoke that will block sight. Featuring an adhesive surface and basic proximity sensor, the incendiary bomb can be used as a thrown weapon or a placed trap. Ah, I forgot! Jesus! Man, guys, I got a memory of a goldfish going on here. Yeah. So I'm going to be too busy to bother watching the mine and detonating it. What am I, a tech head? Additional supplies added to the Intercept, Shahid, and Recover Missiles mission area. One of Nasir's captors is offering intel on hidden caches. Sure. Mission map. For small fee, detailed map. Sure. Slightly improves ability cooldown rates, lowers endurance. Improve ability cooldown rates. Okay, I'm going to assume you reduce it more because of the negative. Increases ammunition carrying capacity. I can almost speak. Wow. Increases damage resistance. Always good. Increases endurance. Reduces ammo carrying capacity. Maybe, because we don't really use ammo. Well, I mean, I have been shooting, but theoretically I shouldn't be. Slightly reduces enemy sight range. Okay, that's going to be it. That's a lot of money. Jesus. As a short time delay for being spotted by cameras. Ooh. Provides a slight bonus to lockpicking, electronics, and hacking. Also nice, but we're going to specialize in that, so we don't really need items for that. Using a variation of the M-part camouflage, this micro-pattern treatment is effective at disorienting the wearer's shape at long distances. That's a lot of money. Shock pads. Slightly increases recoil control with all weapons. Well, it seems to me like there's no reason, again, we're playing this as if we haven't played this before. Doesn't seem like there's a reason to bug his airfield. Reports indicate she may be using an airfield east of Jizan, infiltrate the airfield, download the flight logs, and get out without being spotted. Got a reputation of 5. We have confirmed Al-Sahid has received a large supply of Halibek missiles at the airport east of Jizan. Intel indicates Shahid and his lieutenants will be making an appearance. Infiltrate the airfield, recover or destroy the missiles, and eliminate Shahid. By way of a bribe to Nashir's interrogators, you manipulated Nashir's former suppliers into shipping additional supplies into the airfield. You acquired a map of the airfield and surrounding area with details on security. Yeah, let's do it. I want to do this because I feel like there's intel and stuff that we can get. But again, I want to play this as if we haven't played it before and we're, you know, playing this for real type thing, and we wouldn't necessarily just sit in our hands and do other things when we know where Shahid and the missiles are. Oh, I forgot to check the news.
This is it, Mike. We can't let either the missiles or Shahid get past us.
Damn.
Shahid's here to oversee the transport of the missiles. We can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You need to get to the control tower. Check the transport logs. Once we have those, we can pinpoint the missile's exact location.
So nothing on satellite.
We're going to need you to transmit the exact coordinates. There's a lot of area to cover, and Al-Samad knows how to hide their stockpile.
Oh, wow. Okay. Pickups. Holy shite. I wonder if they disappear after we pick them up, so that we know if we picked them up or not. Damn. That's a lot of pickups. I feel like we doubled. That's got to be at least double, if not triple, the amount of pickups. That might have been a good $3,000 to spend. Especially if we just sell the stuff that we find, and we could probably make the money back. Almost at a level up. I don't think we've gotten anything new. Oh, yeah, let's go back to the safe house. I want to check the news. Oh, this is probably when we first loaded in. Oh wow, we don't even have our armor or anything. Oh no, we got the our generator, grenade, digital camouflage. We'll look. I don't think we got anything new. Oh, maybe it saved it when we bought the intel. Must have. Okay, cool.
Coalition forces report sporadic outbreaks of violence across the Middle East, believed to be part of a power struggle between rival terrorist organizations.
Army spokesman Colonel J. Robert Powers tells INN that a suspected Al-Samad terrorist training camp on the outskirts of Jazan was destroyed yesterday, allegedly in a daring daytime raid by members of the Al-Ta'ir sect. In financial news, Halbeck Industries is facing intense scrutiny from shareholders. Just the latest bump in a troubled road for the once mighty defense contractor.
Halbeck has shown increasing signs of moving into a business slump, with profits shrinking and a reported 50% of their projects canceled. Pressure from shareholders is suspected to force the industry giant into massive layoffs.
Wow, that was not really worth loading it, but you never know. Maybe we would get a perk for it.
This is it, Mike. We can't let either the missiles or Shahid get past us.
Cannot skip it.
Shahid's here to oversee the transport of the missiles. We can kill two birds with one stone. You need to get to the control tower. Check the transport logs. Once we have those, we can pinpoint the missile's exact location.
So nothing on satellite.
We're going to need you to transmit the exact coordinates. There's a lot of area to cover, and Al-Samad knows how to hide their...
Okay, it is the one, or there's a cooldown. Oop, not save. But it is unlimited uses. That's good. I wanted to test that right away so that we can load without worrying about losing progress.
You need to get to the control tower. Check the transport log. Once we have those, we can pinpoint the missile's exact location.
So nothing on satellite.
We're going to need you to transmit the exact coordinates. There's a lot of area to cover, and Al-Samad knows how to hide their stockpile.
Jesus! That is so lame! I can't even see him! Okay, seriously, there's gotta be a fucking run. Okay. Oh, that... Okay, apparently health doesn't heal me all the way. That's good to know. Oh man, I feel like I am not building my guy very well. He's... what? I could have sworn he fell down dead.
Checking the logs now. The missiles aren't anywhere near the runway. Looks like they're being held in a munitions depot in the mountains.
Checking the satellite imagery now. Looks like there's a small trail that leads to the rear of the depot. Marking it on your PDA.
On it.
There's a pickup where we started, it looked like. But yeah, it looks like they don't disappear off your map as you pick them up, which is unfortunate. But probably a good thing, because I would... I would absolutely, like, run around and try to find them. No! Damn it. I really want to be like a completionist and look around. This is actually like hurting me.
Guess this is where planes go to die.
This kind of hurts my back just watching him walk like this for like hours. I was expecting to have to fight him. Well, congratulations! You survived by virtue of timing. I feel by not exploring, I'm leaving so much money behind. I don't like how I can't really aim you. Oh, Jesus! You scared the crap out of me! I didn't even see that guy. Jesus Christ. Ah, my fucking heart jumped through my throat. Overclock. Each level of the melee defense ability reduces the damage received from enemy hand-to-hand attacks. Melee damage reduced by 15%. That's great. I kind of need bullet protection though. The knockback strike is a slower but more powerful variant of Mike's standard CQC attack. A successful knockback strike will stagger your victim and push them out of your personal space. Hold B to use this ability. But if I'm mastering CQC, why would I want to push you out of my personal space? I guess maybe for crowd control, but... Shaped charge. Proper ordnance handling allows you to rig gadgets with directional blasts, preventing embarrassing and potential fatal accidents from poorly placed devices. This ability renders Mike immune to all damage from his own gadgets. Cool. Let's go martial arts. I'm pretty sure I was standing in the camera's view. Maybe it doesn't count when I'm interacting with stuff? I have a roundhouse kick now. I guess if the alarm gets set off, it closes. Oh yeah, we were thinking of saving our points for mastery. Well, we're pretty close to there.
You're coming up on a weapons depot. Get in and take care of those missiles.
Gate's sealed off. Must be another way around.
All right. Check out the surrounding buildings. See if there's another route inside.
Black belt. Breaking and entering. You successfully picked 10 locks. Plus 100 XP. You have defeated 50 enemies with hand-to-hand attacks. CQC strikes damage plus 1. And I think that's it. Okay. I wasn't really expecting him to hear the door open.
I really hope they're expecting a returning patrol.
Yeah, that could be a little awkward. Ah, we were just too slow. What's up on the roof? You can drop in through the skylight like a boss. I don't know why I'd want to do that though, instead of going through the door. I mean, I could understand if maybe their backs was to the skylight and they were facing the door or something, but otherwise I'm dropping in between those two and that's just... Oh my god! Oh, I was not expecting that. Was that the guy? I feel like that was the guy I stabbed and got the black belt perk from. Did the game glitch out?
I feel like I'm back in the detention camp.
Probably too far away. Okay, there was someone there. Okay! That did not go well. If only my awareness thing would work. I'm gonna try it again. I'm gonna use everything. Yeah, like it's... I don't know. It's saying that it works, but it doesn't seem to work. What happened? I don't I think the other guy must have saw me. Is there a way up there? Guess not. Okay, so yeah, that does set off an alarm. God, that is so sensitive. I do not remember it being that sensitive. Oh. Okay. Oh, jeez. Oh, ragdoll physics, you were funny. Yeah, that's weird. The camera, like, just turns on or something. Okay, let's do this without the suckage.
Got a visual on the missiles. Looks like they're being loaded into a convoy outside the warehouse.
You need to get to it before they roll out. Once they're mobile, our job gets a lot harder.
Yeah, I know. On it.
Let's decide on the video. On the video screen. Oh, damn. You must have heard it too. Oh, damn! Who's shooting at me? Okay. Well, the sound thing is nice. But it seems to be just causing more havoc. I think he saw me because he's alerted, and stealth doesn't work when they're alerted. Yep. Who shot me? Did you shoot me? Okay. I kneecap you? Oh, that worked. Shoot. Oh, crap. Okay, that's two things I gotta Google. The awareness thing and being able to run.
Got a visual on the missiles. Looks like they're being loaded into a convoy outside the warehouse.
You need to get to it before they roll out. Once they're mobile, our job gets a lot harder.
Yeah, I know. On it.
Oh, well, that's a problem. That's a way up. This could make things easier. Now I'm really curious if that console video deactivated too or not. We might have to check that out after. Where did that other guy go? Ooh, okay, 3 guys. Yeah, I've never seen this game before. It's a hidden gem. Like, I don't think very many people know about it. Come on. There we go. Alright, hopefully that's everybody. Weapon mod. Pistol clip. Nope. But to be fair, this was like a 2-gen old game. Not too surprised that they didn't have quite that level of polish.
Looks like most of the trucks have already headed out. Wait a minute.
And you have heard nothing from the control tower? No, Sheikh. But your plane is prepped and ready for takeoff, as you asked.
Looks like Shahid's got a whole lot of ugly with him.
Something is wrong. Have our men come to meet the trucks at the checkpoint with the assault vehicles? At once, Sheikh.
It's Shahid. Should I take the shot?
No, if we do that, we lose the missiles. But if you can still intercept the convoy, we have a chance.
No one will notice if there's no one to notice. Yep.
Damn it. Looks like the convoy's already headed out.
The road the convoy's on snakes through the mountains. If you use the foot trails and move fast, you may be able to catch it at the checkpoint.
Great day for a jog.
I did not realize I was running. Physics. That was pretty entertaining.
Looks like the convoy's already headed out.
The road the convoy's on snakes through the mountains. If you use the foot trails and move fast, you may be able to catch it at the checkpoint.
Great day for a jog.
Oh, there's a guy over... Oh, damn. Okay. That explains a lot. Oh god. Ow. You fought back. The hell's all my martial arts training for if they can fight back? Oh, it's killing me not to explore. I want the monies. Are you turning around?
Running out of time, Mike.
I'm on it. A lot of ground to cover. I'll get there.
And sneaky. Did my satellite imagery include this? Oh, it did. Alrighty then. That was a good $3 grand spent.
Up on the top of the bridge.
Oh,
looks
fuck.
like Shahid's second in command. And he's brought friends.
They're probably there to meet up with the convoy. You need to take them out now. The trucks will be here any minute. Don't know if he knows you're coming. If you can get behind to his position without being spotted.
Might be able to prevent him from warning the convoy. Got it.
I remember this being a whole kind of thing. I don't think I've ever done this stealthy before. I think I've tried, and then I've always... Oh, money. Always failed. I don't want to pick up ammo. How much we got? We only got 24 steel cores. Yeah, man. Okay, what happened there? How did he... What? I feel like he just, like, instantly, like, came down the staircase. I mean, that's what I was trying to do, is see if I could sneak up on him. Oh! Damn!
Mike, first priority is the striker.
Yeah. Okay. Striker, how? Thank God for wooden boxes.
This is more like it. Time to use some Halbeck tech to resolve this problem. Got it. If Shahid's inside, his head's got to be ringing by now.
Good job, Mike. Now be careful. Check to see if Shahid's still breathing.
Fuck. I was gonna read up on his dossier again. I forget what his personality's like.
So, you thought the death of one terrorist leader would somehow fix the world?
As far as you know.
Oh, I happen to know a great deal, Mr. Thornton. It's my business to know.
Then you know how you lost your missiles and almost destroyed your own company, then.
There's always one thing I wanted to know. After you killed Shahid, why you did what you did next. Were you trying to find out what happened to your friends? Or were you after me? Trying to bring down Halbeck, perhaps? Or maybe you were just cornered, looking for a way out.
Is the blood on your hands not enough?
On behalf of the American government, I am here to take you into custody, Shahid.
Behalf of America? America answers only to its wealth.
Coming from one of the richest men in the Middle East and son of a privileged family, that seems ironic.
You are here because America's greed demands it. Your country sleeps at Halbeck's feet like a dog, hungry for its weapons.
Save the preaching. I'm here for the missiles you stole.
The missiles I stole? They shipped them to me. then brand me a thief?
You said Halbeck shipped the missiles to you? Why?
I will tell you nothing. If you are ignorant, nothing I say will change your mind.
I think you'd be surprised. I suggest you tell me before I let some light shine into that skull of yours.
Go ahead then. Shoot me.
If you don't talk, you're going down alone. You want Halbeck to get the better of you?
They did not get the better of me. I used their weapons. Embarrassed them.
They hung you out to dry, Shahid. They gave you weapons, then sent us after you. Right now, you're the loser here, and I'm holding the gun. Besides, if Halbeck's involved, think of all the fun you'll have seeing one of America's biggest companies going down with you.
You would turn on Halbeck?
I don't work for Halbeck.
Ah, and neither did I. A comforting thought, but it is a lie. You already know something is wrong. The data you found in the detention cells of our camp, that was not stolen missile data. That was given to us. You have two choices. You can believe me or kill me. Halbeck uses you, but you do not see their influence. You will. Trust me in this.
I believe you, but evidence would help.
The missiles are not enough? Perhaps not. I have other information, and I can obtain more.
You mean if I let you go? No chance.
I give you my word. If you know anything about me, you know I honor a promise when given. When you see Halbeck for what it is, I will come back and speak to you again. I will not hide, and I will bring proof.
All right. I'm willing to see it. What is this proof?
Call your agency. Tell them I am dead. But to remove yourself from the area first, before they call. Give false coordinates. Unless you wish to speak to your dog next.
Where are you going?
I will contact you, and I think the information I can provide will be worth the time you have spent looking for me.
Mike?
I'm here. I dealt with Shahid.
And the missiles?
I've disabled the convoy. I haven't confirmed how many missiles we've recovered.
Your first priority is...
Westridge? Westridge, do you read me?
Mike, get out of there.
Mina?
I'm tracking multiple missiles homing in on your coordinates. Get out of here.
What the hell?
Mike, can you hear me?
Yeah. In stereo. Mina?
Mike, you're alive, thank God. You need to get out of there now.
Your bedside manner sucks. Mina, I found Shahid.
You're in danger. You need to get out of Saudi Arabia.
But Halbeck... the missiles...
Mike, Halbeck is the one that sent the missiles to your location. I think they wanted to erase the evidence of the missiles entirely. And you along with it.
Great, so now I'm reduced to being evidence? How did they get these coordinates?
That's the other problem. I think they have someone inside Alpha Protocol. And whoever it is fed them the coordinates for the missile strike.
So then, I come back there and kick someone's ass until I get a confession? I'm looking forward to it.
I don't think it's that easy.
I should have guessed.
It had to be one of your handlers assigned to Saudi Arabia. That's why no one knows I'm talking to you right now.
Mina, why did you cut Westridge off before the missile hit?
Because I picked up the missile lock-on before anyone else. There wasn't time to ask him. Why?
You're assigned to Saudi. You're currently my only contact with Alpha Protocol. And now we're having a very one-sided conversation.
I'm trying to help you, Mike.
Fine. So I need to get back to base. Can you get any choppers out here?
Mike, you can't come back.
What?
You're rogue. I checked the feeds. They've already sent out notifications to the intelligence agencies about your status. If they find you, they'll give you up to the government. If they don't kill you first.
Wait, what about Alpha Protocol? That's what the agency is for. To allow agents to carry out ops like this.
It's to allow the government to deny ops like this. So that if they're exposed, they can say they had no involvement. Mike, you're on your own. Alpha Protocol's the only thing protecting you right now.
We got a few perks out of that. 8 out of 10 objectives completed. So apparently there were hidden objectives. The infiltration of the Al Samid Air Base was successful. Agent Thornton entered the camp in a transport truck, and upon arriving at the airbase, discovered that the stolen Halbech missiles were being stored in a munitions depot in the mountains nearby. Visual confirmation of Sheikh al-Shahid's presence was received at the munitions depot. The Halbech missiles, however, were already in the process of being moved from the location by truck. Agent Thornton moved to intercept the convoy. The convoy was guarded by an armored Stryker assault vehicle carrying Shahid. Agent Thornton took out the vehicle, stopped the convoy, and recovered the missiles. After intercepting Shahid, Agent Thornton interrogated him about Halbech missiles. The two agreed to a trade of information, the intel to be transmitted at a future date. An explosive of unknown origin, possibly a missile strike, hit the location not long after Agent Thornton intercepted Shahid. Both are presumed deceased.
I'm still analyzing the information I got from Shahid, but so far it checks out. He's been busy. So is Halbech.
So there was a connection between Al-Samad and Halbech.
Looks that way. But what worries me is why. According to this, Halbech's got 3 targets. Taipei, Rome, and Moscow. Transmitting the information now. Looks like the missiles were shipped through Moscow. Halbech's got a distributor there. Or had one. As for Rome, it looks like an Al-Samad cell was activated, but I don't know why. And in Taipei, Ronald Sung, the president of Taiwan. Someone's been ordered to assassinate him.
This doesn't make sense. What does Halbech hope to gain?
A profit. Halbech wants to raise global tensions, spark a Cold War, and turn the world into their private marketplace.
They'll be able to secure military contracts and a steady consumer base for their weapons for years to come, if they succeed.
Would be nice if I could actually tell someone. I mean, besides you.
No one will listen, Mike. Not only are you rogue, but Halbech's got an inside alpha protocol somehow. If you're caught...
I know. Execution, imprisonment, possibly another lecture by Westridge. I'm on my own.
No, not exactly. They used you. But we can use alpha protocol. There's so many levels of secrecy to it. Not even the staff know all the resources the program has.
Like?
Safe houses, weapons. If you're going after these targets, you'll need a base of operations in each city. I can dig up some spots that aren't listed in any records.
Like this one?
Better. I think. It sounds like you're going after these targets then.
You better believe I am. They screwed me over in Saudi. Now it's time for me to return the favor.
All right, Mike.
Also, I don't like that they used me to do their dirty work, sending me to kill Shahid and get their merchandise back. No way am I letting them get away with that.
Judging from the data, Mike, it may be a good thing. If Halbech's trying to cause a Cold War...
They've made a mistake. They're going to cause a real one.
Specialization. Now that you've completed your first operation, it's time to select your specialization. Each specialization favors 3 skills that can be leveled up to a maximum of 15 ranks. Select Commando, Spy, or Engineer to specialize in combat, infiltration, or tech use, respectively. Alternatively, you can choose Operative and select a custom trio of specialized skills. You can also reconfigure any skills you've gained up to this point using the Remove Rank action to refund spent AP. Oh, I don't remember that. The specialization I kind of remember because that's why this corner of the skill stuff is blacked. I don't remember being able to respec though. That's cool. Spy. Good spies are the stuff of literature, but great spies don't let themselves become subject to folklore. A spy specializes in evasion and killing from the shadows. Engineer. Knowledge is power, especially when it's knowledge of explosive compounds and sophisticated electronics. An engineer specializes in devices of high impact and low subtlety. Commando. Few things are as dependable and solution-oriented as violence. Commandos train for situations where they're outnumbered and outgunned, specializing in automatic weapons and physical conditioning. Operative. The dangerous and morally suspect world of espionage weeds out the rigidly minded. Most agents find their own way through life and specialize in unorthodox variety of skills. Select operative if you wish to choose your own specialized skills. What does spy have? Can we... I hope I can preview this. Okay, I can. Stealth, pistols, and martial arts. Engineer is shotguns, sabotage, and technical aptitude, which I think follows the one thing. Commando, submachine guns, assault rifles, and toughness. Yeah, okay. So that's the soldier. That's the field operative. And this is engineer. So we lose out on sabotage. But we kind of want that because money's nice and being able to hack things. Remote hack. Computer console, camera, auto target, alarm system. Oh, damn. More money. Okay, so what's the additional stuff here? Further reduction. I assume this is like 30% or something. Yeah. Allows an agent to move unseen, although only triggered if no alerted enemies can see you. When activated, you're invisible for the duration of the ability, or until you run, fire, or throw an object. 20 seconds. Silent running, more evasion. And shadow operative. Pistols, chain shots. More melee damage. Strike. Point blank shot because the ability to make finish it. Oh yeah, shoot, right. Fury. Oh yeah. Shotguns. Rapid reload. Efficiency. Improved critical hit. Efficiency. Room sweep. Med familiarity. Cooldown on first aid and spikes minus 50 total. Med armor customization. This ability automatically increases endurance. Oh, it just increases endurance. Okay. Oop. Gadgeteer, additional inventory spots. Cooldown timer of other abilities and gadgets is instantly resolved. The commando is just straight out balls out. SMG, improved SMG. Successful hits, bullet storm. Track enemies, right. Improved critical. More health. Reduces the recharge. Extra life. More health. And damage reduction. I kind of want to keep doing my thing. And basically because I am stubborn. Stealth. Pistols. I don't know. I'm really kind of feeling like I should have a gun skill. Sabotage. I don't know. I'm basically getting it for the hacking and the money. So 2 out of 3 kind of things it provides me. Technical aptitude. This is more for combat stuff, right? This is like more healing. Magazine size. More ammo. Reduce cooldown. Recoil control. Even more healing. Additional inventory spot to hold stuff. Reduce cooldown. More endurance. More damage. Less cooldown. Yeah. Toughness. I don't know. I mean, theoretically, I shouldn't need it because I shouldn't be seen, but that's been going well. More health. Reduce delay. More health. Less delay. Damage reduction and more health. Extra life. Yeah, alright, let's do it then. Wait, what? Hang on. Oh, really? Is it because operative or is it because I'm a recruit? Because you guys get 3. Oh, no, I do get 3. Oh, that's weird. Stealth, sabotage, martial arts. Oh, that's weird. I think it was only selecting 2. Maybe I'm blind and missed the 3rd one. Sure.
The reporter. The photographer?
Scarlet.
You met her leaving Saudi, then in Taipei. But after that, we lost track of her.
Was that a question? If so, it's classified.
I always wondered how you two happened to meet. Coincidence?
I don't know.
Let's see. Missiles were going through Moscow. An Al-Sahid cell was activated. And an assassination attempt. Oh, new info. No new info. Interesting. Alright. Secret fact. According to the intelligence obtained in Saudi Arabia, Shahid has been working on behalf of Helbrecht, using his near diplomatic immunity to act as a go-between for a part of the immediate and future profits Helbrecht will reap from the destabilization in these locations. Ronald Sung. Age 49, Taiwanese, President of Taiwan. A career politician, Ronald Sung's pro-independence politics have made many powerful people very nervous. Many other presidents have talked about declaring Taiwan an independent nation from China in the past, but none have gone as far as declaring it. Hang on. Many other presidents have talked about declaring as an independent from China. None has gone as far as declaring it. Okay. As the act would likely provoke invasion from China. Sung, however, seems set on his plans to do so, and the fact that his support still holds strong has caused international attention as diplomats and other politicians wonder if Sung will win, and if he'll go so far as to follow through with his promises. Well, I think Moscow, because Sahid's cell being activated. I mean, track the missiles. And you. I mean, this would be the more pressing issue if we cared, but I feel like my guy's out for revenge more than anything. So this would be, we'll get to it kind of thing, not an immediate thing. Cell being active could be good because we could possibly track where Halbeck, or we're assuming Halbeck activated them, so we can maybe get information from them before it goes cold. Moscow missiles went through. I'm kind of thinking Moscow, because if we can track how the in the simple case, if Halbeck gave the missiles to someone in Moscow and they gave it to Saeed, then we can have that connection. And I think that's a better connection than, I don't know, Halbeck activating them for some reason we don't know. So yeah, let's go to Moscow. Moscow safe house. Use the safe house to prepare for further missions. Constant encouragement, +5. An Alpha Protocol safe house in Moscow, which should serve as base of operations for attempting to track the path of missing missiles that were shipped to Saudi Arabia through Moscow. Intel acquired for this mission, 0. I kind of want to stop now so that we can start Moscow as a new stream, but I don't know if it's saved it. So I think we're going to have to unfortunately do a little bit of the beginning of Moscow stuff. And then continue next time with it. That's unfortunate.
You wouldn't believe the day I've had.
I think I've got you beat.
You ever been a pushy woman in the heart of Arabia?
Once. Lost a bet.
Cute.
Yeah.
You could keep that up the entire flight, I bet.
Did you already have plans?
I was going to invite you to slow down.
You're right. It's a long flight. Plenty of time to get your name and hotel room.
Wow. You just come right out and say those kinds of things, huh?
When I'm not putting my foot in my mouth. By the way, I'm Mike.
So, Mike, when you're not getting shot down, what do you do with yourself that would bring you out to this part of the world?
I'm in the oil business. My father's been pushing me towards politics, but all I really want to do is manage a baseball team.
That sounds familiar.
It does.
Think you're the first oil guy I've sat next to?
So that's me. How about you? Those your legs?
Other page.
Cover story by Scarlet Lake.
I heard she's on this flight.
Photojournalism, isn't that a bit dangerous, Scarlet?
If there's no risk, it's not important.
You may be onto something.
Here, call me. I have a lot of contacts in the area. Maybe we can work out a trade. If you should hear anything, of course.
What if I want to call, just to be endearing?
You should call someone else.
Wow, you're tough.
It seems to be endearing, unfortunately.
Yeah, but strip off that tough exterior.
Mike, your persistence is bordering on dense.
Maybe, but is it working?
I have work to catch up on.
Yeah, and I should,
Good night, Mike.
Welcome to Moscow, Mike. How do you like your new apartment?
Nice digs. I see where all that Black Ops funding really goes now.
Invoking Alpha Protocol does have its upside.
Jealous.
Of you freezing your butt off in Moscow? Not so much.
Well, as long as you're not taking a vacation on a beach in the Southern Hemisphere.
I'm afraid that's classified, Agent Thornton. All right, down to business then. Do you have a plan of attack for Moscow?
I've got a few leads from Saudi to follow up on. We'll see where those take me.
Sounds like a solid plan. What will you follow up on first?
Not sure yet. The missile launchers were moved through Leningradsky Station. There might be intel there. I've also got a CIA informant codenamed Grigori and a mob underboss called Lazo.
Finding those missiles is important. Although more information would be helpful. But from his file, Grigori looks like the type who would sell information about you to interested parties. Lazo might be able to provide some leads too.
If I go to the train station first, I think I'll figure that out pretty quick.
Yeah, when you walk right into an ambush.
It's only an ambush if you don't see it coming. I'll be in touch.
That's true. So, Laszlo's yacht and retrieve data. Contact the informant, investigate weapon shipments. Laszlo, I think, was the mafia guy. That's unfortunate. I'd rather meet with him, because I kind of feel like he would know stuff and it would be respectful to talk to him first. Russian Mafia by Bryko's Outsiders. Origin Russian, founded, not applicable, organization, criminal organization. Organized crime has a foothold in almost every corner of the world, and Russia is no different. In the wake of the collapse of the Soviet Union, however, the Russian Mafia bolstered its ranks with corrupt intelligence agents and soldiers from the Afghan and Chechen wars, making them even more dangerous. Westbridge, Parker, Grigory Panzyov, 63, Russian, unemployed. Grigory Panzinov has existed in the background of the seedier side of the city for decades, feeding choice bits of information to the interested parties for the right price. An educated man, he received his degree in physics and philosophy from Moscow State University and graduated near the top of his class. Grigory has a reputation for accuracy, but not for discretion, as he is reportedly willing to give up contacts and the names and locations of anyone requesting information if the price is high enough. Whatever his intent, he has a talent for what information to divulge to whom and for how much, and reportedly has gained and lost a small fortune as an information broker and a contact for black marketers in the weapons trade in Moscow. Scarlet Lake, 26, American, freelance photojournalist. Widely regarded as one of the best photojournalists in the world, Scarlet Lake has won multiple awards for her work, especially covering notoriously dangerous areas and subjects, and has been wooed by many magazines and press agencies eager to win the exclusive rights to her services. Intelligent, charming, and well-traveled, Scarlet has a reputation for professionalism that ensures she is well spoken of by many in her field. Many people brag that they know her well, although with the frequency she travels, it's doubtful that they do. Tour of Duty. Endurance +5. You survived Operation Desert Spear. Stay of Execution. Favored weapon recoil control +1. After listening to Shahid, you exercised restraint and allowed him to live. What happens if my favorite weapon is fists? Yeah, oh, that's my most efficient weapon. Favored weapon, I guess, is, yeah, the one I use the most. Fists don't have recoil. Social Butterfly. 5% discount from all sources. You're a natural at making friends. You've gained favorable reputation with 3 people. Basics. And that is it.
Coalition forces report sporadic outbreaks of violence across the Middle East, believed to be part of a power struggle between rival terrorist organizations.
Army.
I'm assuming new news.
Hey, look. Darcy photoshopped her faces into a still frame of a buddy cop movie. That's, yeah.
I'm assuming new news is talked about first? Swanky.
I probably didn't need to take his glass eye as a trophy, but ears are so passé.
Is that Nazir? Because he was missing an eye. But I don't think we took his eye.
Oh, great. Picture of Darcy. He wrote, Mike and Sean, fuck yeah! With 3 exclamation points.
From Scarlet Lake to Mike Thornton. Pretty slick. Hey, Oil Man. I forgot to ask, were you in Saudi Arabia for the big OPEC meeting, or were you hobnobbing with some Saudi prince for drilling rights? On second thought, either answer would bore me, so don't bother. Took me a bit to find your email. You're a hard man to track, but I have my ways. We didn't give her our email? Funny, none of my friends in the fossil fuel biz know a thing about you, which makes you either the low man on the totem pole, or you're more of a behind-the-scenes type guy. I'm guessing the latter, assuming you don't just lie to random females for the thrill of it, which puts you in the male majority. But don't flatter yourself. This isn't me stalking you. I just know that anyone on a plane out of Saudi Arabia with the lingering smell of gunpowder on him is a news story waiting to happen. Scarlet. Busted! From Shahid to Mike, common enemies. Mr. Thornton, if you are reading this, you escaped Saudi Arabia. You have had time to think on what has happened. Your government has branded you a terrorist. You will be hunted as I have been. They will not take you alive. They will not allow you to spread word of the missiles that were sold to me. Consider this. Your enemy is not Al-Sahid. Your enemy is Halbek, and its allies elsewhere in the world. They have suppliers in Moscow and in Rome. They spit on our beliefs, even as they deal with us in exchange for bombs and support. They move forward in Taipei, all described in the information I have given you. Research the dossier of Henry Leland. Dig deeply into the information on Halbech Corporation and their master, and you will find our common enemy. Halbech Corporation master? You were just saying the government... You're just saying the government's master was Halbech. You saying Halbech itself has a master now? Or am I missing something? Anyway, Leland is a hollow man, one who respects no boundaries, chained in the accumulation of power purchased in blood. You will not hear from me for some time. We will meet face to face again at a time of my choosing. Only then shall I give you the help I promised. I am a man of my word, and as you could not pull the trigger on me, that marks you as a man at least willing to listen to reason. S. Oh, okay, we got all kinds of... Oh, when we buy intel, we get a thing... Oh. Intercept Shahid and recover missiles. Intel purchase confirmation. Security information, $724. Hello, sir, madam. As requested, your team put together a security map of the airfield and the surrounding area. Security SIFT services. Previous. Recon services for hire, providing building layouts, satellite photography, and security information of any location in the world. All transactions confidential. Intel purchase confirmation, additional on-site acquisition, $2,000. I made contact with Nazari's connection. He's already making a delivery for Al-Samid to an airfield in El Salim. I imagine you're headed there? Anyway, I told him to include some extra ammunition and leave it stashed in the hangars. Enjoy. Oh, so that was the pickups in just the first area was what we bought. Previous. So Thornton, is it? I'm one of the folks interrogating Nazari. He told me you're the one who arrested him. Didn't say who you worked for. CIA? DHS? He also said something to me about having a friend of his supplying Al-Samid in the event of his death or capture. So, I was thinking, I could get in touch with this guy and tell him to move the goods to a convenient location. This wouldn't be free, of course. The U.S. Army doesn't pay much, but you know, sometimes you take a pay cut to live your dream job. Anyway, gotta go. I need to hook some electrodes to Nazari's scrotum. Ow! Intel purchase, false attack. Attention, Landschnirkrit. Your services are required for supplemental support of a 138 infiltration. Authorization Zulu Paperclip 7. I will require a screening action east of Jizin to draw away firepower from my position. I will send the required 10% down payment immediately. Please contact sdarcy@halbeck.com for payment in full. Full confidentiality required in this matter. Did we stick Darcy with the bill? Landschnick Solutions LLC, the leading name in security services. Fully licensed member of the PSCAME. Currently taking requests for short-term contracts in Asia Minor and Africa. All deals confidential and off the record. Intel purchase confirmation. So this guy on the inside says there's a decent security system being rigged up at the place. But the building isn't exactly built for modern wiring. So everything runs through one circuit breaker with no fail-safes. The circuit breaker you'll want to cut is pretty old and rusty. You'll probably overlook it unless you knew you were looking for it. I'll mark it on the map on your PDA with the location. Break the circuit breaker and it's lights out. We missed that. Hey Mikey, a contact of mine inside Al Samid has some information on the Jizn site, but he ain't going to talk unless he's properly paid up. Says he knows something about the security of the compound. Either way, you're the front man on this mission, so if you want to cough up the cash, just say the word. I'll even help you sign the expense report when you get back to the gray box. Sean. Agent Thornton, the fear of drowning has a profound effect on one's memory. Nazari has mentioned that several shipments to Al Sahid were sent to a facility outside of Jizn, so he hired one of Al Sahid's guys to act as his assistant. Nazari's cell phone got destroyed during the arrest, but his assistant apparently has a laptop with backups of Nazari's client list. That could sell for a good chunk of change. Enjoy. Agent Thornton, so this Nazari fellow really cracks under interrogation. I only had to suggest the idea of waterboarding to get him to tell me a juicy bit of information. I didn't actually have to follow through. But I might, just for fun. Send some cash my way and I'll give you the tidbit more than worth the effort. Attention Lashnik, your service required supplemental report at 178B sortie. Authorization Red Wolf Babylon Actual. It will require screening action west of Zalem to draw away firepower from my position. Send the required 10% down payment immediately. Please contact sdarcy@halbeck.com for payment in full. Full confidentiality required. And we already read that previous thing. Hello, sir, madam. I've assembled a composite photography layout of the location indicated. Included are some areas where satellite observations indicated low foot traffic. Security services. Recon services for hire, providing building layouts, satellite photography, and security information any location in the world. All transactions confidential. Why? Oh, that was weird. You know, I could happily sell you anything I have in stock, but those armaments are gone from my warehouse, stolen by a former associate of mine. What a surprise to hear that my competitor and so-called friend Nazari now has those weapons in stock and is getting ready to sell them at Al Samid. Nazir is friends with a prince, so no court in the land would give me justice. I will try to find someone to take back what is rightfully mine and have them send your way. Email intercept regarding subject weapon shipment, Interpol case 1074/9791. No questions asked, no refunds. I don't remember what intel that was. But, okay, every time we buy intel, check the email. Pistol ammo, SMG ammo, shotgun ammo, assault rifle ammo, and various intelligence. We'll buy the intelligence next time, because we'll have to figure out what mission to do. I'm thinking we'll probably go after the Mafia guy. But we will just have to see. Cool. All right, well, I'm going to call that a night. We went quite a bit longer. I'm going to try to make it so that each stream we do a location. I don't know if that's going to work or not, because we only did 3 missions today. Well, we also had to like make a guy and all that kind of stuff, so I don't know. I'm going to try to make it so that, you know, today was Saudi Arabia, next time is Moscow, time after that is, I don't know, Rome, and then Taipei and whatever. We'll try to do that just to make the VODs kind of like nice and kind of contained, but it's just going to depend on time. If we have a really bad time on a mission and have to constantly restart, and it takes us 4 hours just to do 2 missions, then it's not going to happen. Anyway, that's the plan. Thanks for checking out Alpha Protocol with me, guys. I hope to keep seeing you guys watching. As I said, this is one of my favorite action RPGs, just because it was so unique. The gameplay isn't that great, as you kind of saw. It's one of those annoying games where you need to put points into like pistols to make it more accurate, faster, and all that kind of stuff. And really all we've done today is kind of gameplay. But luckily from now on, if you're willing to stick it out, it should get more interesting, because now past actions are going to start taking effect. I would really like to give you guys an example, but 1, I can't really think of one off the top of my head. And 2, I don't really want to spoil it, because maybe our interaction is different. And then now you know that, oh, that thing is possible, and it's one of those things where discovery is a lot of fun. And they do a really good job of making it seem like this is the case. I remember, without giving anything away, playing this for the first time, everything felt very natural, like it was well written, like, oh, this is a natural consequence of this and this and this and this. And then I played the second time, what did I do? I think I picked like a James Bond like run through where I was just like suave the entire way through or something like that. And several spots, and like at the end and like in the middle and all that kind of stuff, like there were significant changes where it was just like, holy crap, I can't believe this is so much different. But at the same time, looking back on it, it's like, this feels like it naturally happens. Like, it's very well written. So I hope you guys will stick it through with me and kind of check it out. It's hard to show you that without doing a couple of run-throughs. There's a good chance that I will do a couple of run-throughs. I don't know if I would necessarily stream a second run-through or not. And if I do, it probably won't be for quite a while, because, I mean, I've got lots of games I want to get through. So, anyway, I am really rambling. This is a fun game. Thank you for checking it out. Hope to see you guys next time and to kind of stick with it. I appreciate you watching, and I'll see you next time, hopefully.